Minnesota House of Representatives Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice Reform will come to order. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Hope you all had a restful evening and looking forward to a long but productive and good conversation meeting today. We're going to be moving, the chair's intent is to move a couple of bills. I think we're moving about 3 of the bills before us, but a good chunk of these bills are to hear them, then lay them over, and then take them back up again as we mark up our bill in the week after coming back. Part of that is hearing from the departments on their budget requests, including the revised budget requests and the accompanying policy work along with that. It's meant to be an informational hearing. And so looking forward to that. We'll allot a good amount of time to make sure that we understand as much as possible what the executive is proposing in both DLC, DPS, as well as from the 3 boards that we have jurisdiction over. The clerk will take the roll of attendance at this point.
Chair Mariani.
Representative Johnson.
Before we start the roll, I do have a couple of quick comments as we start the last committee hearing doing policies 1 week past deadline. But my concern is the fact that 11 minutes ago, we finally received the proposed governor's budget. Unfortunately, we haven't even had time to review it, to look at it, to even try to even ask some questions on it. I'm very disappointed about that. We're going to do the best we can. But I do see on the annotated agenda, we do not have somebody from the governor's office itself. Doesn't even appear that we have the Commissioner of Public Safety or Commissioner Snell from the Department of Corrections. I would ask that when we start hearing this bill, we can have somebody from the governor's office itself and not just Commissioner Snell or Commissioner Harrington.
Representative Johnson, I actually share your your desire to have information with plenty of time for us to look at it prior to committee. And so that's absolutely duly noted. We can certainly ask the executive branch what delay their forwarding their proposals, their frameworks to us. However, I will point out this is an informational hearing. And so if we were acting on these bills, I think both you and I would be perfectly in order to, demand that our process give us plenty of time so that we can actually then act. But we're not going to be acting. It's an informational presentation. It's pretty much custom and usage that we don't, we're not obligated to send presentation information. We try to one another. That's the whole point of having a presentation, and hopefully we'll have enough time. Well, let me put it this way. Hopefully we'll have good time to ask lots of good questions today. We will be taking up those provisions when we mark up the bill, and there certainly will be notice at that time for preparing ourselves for that conversation. The clerk will take the roll of attendance.
Chair Mariani.
Present.
Vice Chair Frazier. Excused. Representative Johnson.
Present.
Representative Edelson.
Present.
Representative Feist.
Present.
Representative Grossel.
Present.
Representative Hollins.
Present.
Representative Hewitt.
Present.
Representative Cleavorn.
Present.
Representative Long. Representative Long. Representative Lucero.
Mr. Chair, yummy National Spinach Day.
Representative Mueller.
I did not have any spinach today, sorry.
Representative Novotny.
Present.
Representative O'Neill.
Neil, present.
Representative Pinto.
Present.
Representative Poston,
Present.
Representative Raleigh,
Raleigh present.
Representative Vang,
Present.
Representative Zhang.
There.
That concludes roll call with 17 present.
Well, quorum is established. Members, this hearing is being conducted remotely on an electronic platform and pursuant to Minnesota House Rule 10.01. The public can view that rule, which allows us, as I said, to use an electronic virtual platform for official business. They can view that on our website, the rule, the House website, as well as visit the page of this committee on that website for instructions on how to view these proceedings via streaming video, as well as instructions on how to participate in public testimony. The first order of business, members, is adoption of our minutes. And I believe, Clerk, we have Ms. Olumfolami, we have minutes from the 25th. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, that is correct.
Very well. And so Representative Edelson, if you're able to, willing to move those minutes, I would so appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move those minutes.
Thank you. Representative Johnson, voice vote on the minutes?
That would be fine.
Very well. Thank you, sir. All in favor of adoption of the Heather Edelson motion to adopt the minutes of March 25th, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails, and the minutes of March 25th are adopted. Our first bill out, members, is House File 1042, Representative Keeler. This might be your first visit to our committee, I believe, Representative Keeler. So welcome to the committee. The chair will move your bill, House File 1402, and the motion is to refer this to the general register. There are no amendments on the table that I'm aware of. And so Representative Keeler, welcome and tell us about your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's House File 1042, and I'm really excited to share this with you. As a lot of us talk about the beauty of Minnesota, cultural revitalization is a huge part of that. I'm not going to take much of your time. I know you all have a lot to get through. I think that's kind of where we are in all of our committees. What this bill does is it provides a waiver process from the state building and fire code so that Indigenous people can practice their traditional buildings. We do have community support. I also want to acknowledge the fact that we've had really good bipartisan support, and I've appreciated some of the behind the scenes conversations we've been able to have to work to make this a really good bill, not only in our parties, but also among our agencies and in our communities. I'm going to leave it at that and pass it over to my testifier. Thank you.
Very well. I have Jim Rock present with us. If you can come forward, identify your name for the record and give us your testimony, we'd appreciate it. And then I'd ask whoever else is not speaking if they can mute themselves, because I was picking up some interference. So with that, Jim Rock, come forward. Welcome.
Amitakiapi. Hello, my relatives. Jim Rock de Miedo. I'm Jim Rock, governing council member of the Dakota nonprofit Makoche Ikikchupi. I'll briefly put a couple slides up here if I may share my screen. Hope you're seeing those slides. I see a thumbs up out there.
We do see your slides. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and I recall working with you some 30 years ago in education as well.
I thought so, man. Good to see you. Welcome.
Yeah, likewise, East Sider. Anyway, members of the committee, thank you also for allowing us to testify here today. And I thank Representative Heather Keeler for serving as our lead author on Bill HF 1042. The nature of our nonprofit means land recovery, and it is a reparative justice project because it is funded by settlers in Minnesota who are helping to make amends to Dakota people for Minnesota's policies of land theft, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. They do this by contributing to a land buyback project, and with that recovered land, we hope to bring Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota people back to this part of our ancient ancestral territory so that we can reconnect with our homeland and revitalize our culture and way of life. As part of this project, we turned to our ancient architectural traditions for inspiration. I'm an astronomy professor at UMD, and I refer to this as starchitecture. I won't have time today, but I'd love to engage with all of you on that further if you like, including our Earth Lodge here, which we believe is the perfect housing solution to our now sedentary lifestyle in this cold weather climate. Our executive director, Dr. Waziatuin, and her husband began experimenting with Earth Lodge building on the Lake Traverse Reservation in South Dakota in 2017. This Earth Lodge is off-grid, which means no electricity or running water, and it requires a simple way of living. What they realized is that the lodge became a place for cultural revitalization, for gatherings and feasting, for singing and drumming, for processing foods and medicines, and also passing on traditional knowledge and crafts in our language. And it's this cultural revitalization that we want to bring to our nonprofit work in Minnesota, Minnesota Makoche. We purchased our first parcel of land just outside of Granite Falls, actually within 2 miles of city limits in 2019, and we're excited to begin building Earth Lodges on site. We believed we would finally be able to start realizing our dream of bringing our relatives who are in exile back home, and that's still 90% of us Dakota Oyate. But in September of 2019, we were issued a stop work order by the city of Granite Falls for being out of compliance with Minnesota State building and fire codes. These codes were never written with indigenous building practices in mind, and these are thousands of year-old practices that have proven sustainable. After meeting with the city of Granite Falls, however, they ultimately supported our right to build Dakota Earth Lodges and to practice this aspect of our culture. In fact, they agreed to have their attorneys draft this legislation and help us get this passed. For our part, we agreed we would halt construction while seeking this legislative solution. And COVID put a pause on this a year ago, but I'm very grateful for bipartisan support and all of your patience with all the emails and phone calls. So with that, back to Representative Keeler. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rock. It's very good to see you again. It has indeed been quite a while. Representative Keeler, I don't see any other testifiers. Can we just open up into committee discussion? Very well. We do have Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson.
I'm sorry, Chair, I forgot to lower my hand.
Well, you're welcome to ask a question.
Well, I'm good on this bill.
All right, very well. Anyone else? Representative Otney.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. I think anybody that wants to go off grid should be given all rights and abilities to do that. And I stand in favor of the bill and support the tribe. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Otney. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also like the bill. My concern is process. And I would like to hear from the author of the bill. Has she received a rules waiver, or is she going to be receiving a rules waiver? Because right now we are over a week today past committee deadline. It should have had a hearing both in the House and the Senate, which it has not had before it can go to the General Register a week ago. So I'm just wondering, since this is policy only, it really does need a rules waiver. And I'm just going to ask get this on the record if the author of the bill has a rules waiver or has commitment from her leadership that she will get a rules waiver.
And ultimately, Representative O'Neill, that is a question actually for the Rules Committee itself, but Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative O'Neill. I think that I need to be really transparent in the fact that as an incoming legislator in this time, there's a lot that we're still learning, and it has been brought to my attention, and you do have my word that it's something that I'm working on. I'm really grateful for the team for allowing me to meet with you today and share this. But it is something that right after this meeting, I do have a second meeting set up to address the rules waiver part of this. So as always, I appreciate you bringing up the questions that sometimes our blind sides provide for us, because the last thing I want is to do something that stands in the way of good legislation. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Very well. Representative O'Neill, are you done?
Just a quick follow-up. So I also see that it's not met deadline in the Senate. Can you tell me if you have a path in the Senate to also deal with that part? Do you have any conversations there?
And it's a fair question, but again, members, I would remind us that this House does not make its decisions based on what the other House does, but Representative Keeler.
I don't have an update as of today on the Senate.
Very well. Representative O'Neill, are you done?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure we knew what we were voting on, that it's going to need some waivers to move forward and actually become law. And I think this is a good bill, and I think it should become law, but it actually has to follow the right procedures in order for that to happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Representative, you are.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, still learning that mute button. Representative Keeler, this is a great bill. Amen to you for being a freshman and champion this. I really want to thank you for doing that. And I just regret that I have not signed on to the bill yet, and I will be doing such. So thanks, Representative Keeler, for your hard work on this. And you'll have my support all the way through. Thank you.
Very well. Representative Johnson?
Chair Mariani, members, before we vote on this, I would make a recommendation that it be referred to rules so we can actually do the process right. This is a good bill. I support it. But as Representative O'Neill said, it does have to follow the proper procedures.
Yeah, I'm just checking with my staff here. Let me probably just ask council in terms of, I'm not used to sending bills directly to rules. Typically, we move them where they're intended to go from this committee. And then there is a process by which the rules committee, because everything's going to go, everything filters through there. So if they need to see a bill for all sorts of reasons, including, for all sorts of reasons, then they would they would make the motions on their end. I believe that's how the process is done. And I think what's important is for the committee to express its intent relative to the motion before us. Representative Pinto, I think you might have something to add to this.
Yeah, I was just going to note that's my understanding. So two things. That's my understanding, Mr. Chair. The process is that we refer to the committee where it's supposed to go. And I think there'll be an automatic referral to rules given that it's past deadline, and that's a normal thing, and then goes from there. I just wanted to add, I appreciated Representative Keeler's point about just the challenge of being brand new to the body during this very, very strange session. I'm pretty confused about various things. So I guess I just want to encourage those members who are supportive of the bill, which sounds like almost all or all of us are, that this is probably a good time then for us to make sure we put in a good word with the Rules Committee, and heck, maybe even with the Senate as well. Just point out what a terrific bill this is, and how we think that in fact it should move on forward. And I think it's perfectly understandable that kind of in this situation then in terms of wanting it to the need to have that rules waiver in this case. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Pinto, and thank you, Representative Johnson, as well. Representative Keeler, final comments, thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I really do appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate your willingness to help me learn the process. Again, that doesn't take away from how amazing this bill is and what it actually does for all of us to move forward to make the Minnesota that I think we all want and our next generations would value. So you do have my commitment to do the work. I may be reaching out to some of you just for some advice and guidance on how to move this through the rules so that we can actually get this into law. So I do appreciate all of you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Keeler. The chair then renews his motion. And we did not amend this, did we? No. The chair then renews his motion that House File 1042 be referred to the General Register. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani?
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier? Excused. Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson?
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist?
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel? Representative Grossel. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long. Excused. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Bonnie, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. That concludes roll call with 17 ayes and 0 nays.
Very well, with 17 ayes and 0 nays, House File 1040, the motion prevails. And House File 1042 is referred to the General Register. Thank you, Representative Keeler. Best wishes with your bills. It goes forward. Good bill. All right, with that, we have House File 2284, Representative Berg. Representative Berg, welcome to the committee. The chair will move to refer your bill, House File 2284, to the General Register. And Representative Berg, you have an author's amendment. You wish that to be moved at this point, I trust?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Very well. And so the chair then moves adoption of the A21 amendment. And I take it, Representative Berg, that this amendment just simply shapes the bill up in the way that you wish this committee to deliberate and make a decision on today. Is that correct?
It does, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Representative Johnson, voice vote on this?
That is fine.
Very well. All in favor of the adoption of the 821 amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion prevails. And House File 2284 is amended with the 821 amendment. Representative Berg, your bill, as you wish it to be before us, is now formally before us. Tell us about your bill, and then I believe you have a testifier as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This may very well be the easiest thing that you do this session. This bill simply saves lives. All of us stay in hotels, whether it's for work, whether it's for pleasure, family members, friends, neighbors. At one time or another, we all stay in hotels. Outside of this job, I'm a flight attendant, so I literally stay in hotels for a living. And this bill requires carbon monoxide detectors in every room in a hotel or lodging house that is intended for sleeping. You'll hear the story from my testifier as to why this is so important. And the amendment has come actually from the Department of Public Safety, which is fully behind us and supportive of this bill 100%. And the amendment actually makes this more enforceable. As you will see, your first violation could be a warning. Your second violation, we move into a misdemeanor status. So this really codifies it into the fire code and gives it teeth. So with that, I'll turn it over to my testifier.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Berg. And I see we have Leslie Leideman. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Welcome to the committee. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Leslie Leideman. Thank you very much for permitting me to testify today. And I'd like to also thank the authors of this bill, Representative Berg and Representative Hansen. I asked these representatives to help me push this bill along after my son and I suffered severe carbon monoxide poisoning over a course of 3 nights staying in a hotel. Each night that we stayed in the hotel, we became more impaired. And by the middle of the 3rd night, we were experiencing extreme headache and dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. And we went to the emergency room. And when we got to the emergency room, we had no idea whatsoever that we had been poisoned by carbon monoxide. So it took more than an hour for them to properly diagnose us and to start the oxygen therapy that we needed. And as I was lying overnight in the hospital with an oxygen mask on, I kept wondering why there wasn't a carbon monoxide alarm going off that would have warned me to get my son out of that hotel before he became injured. Since then, I've learned that the reason there wasn't a carbon monoxide detector to alert me on those nights was because they're not required by law. And not only are they not required by law, but despite a history across the nation of frequent carbon monoxide leaks, hotels are not required to report carbon monoxide leaks. They're not required to report carbon monoxide injuries. Some responding fire departments voluntarily report carbon monoxide leaks, and that is why I've been able to provide you with a list of at least 12 carbon monoxide leaks in hotels in the state of Minnesota in the year 2018 alone. But none of those reports identified the hotel or the injuries. And so the public is quite simply unaware of this danger. So what I'm asking here is for Minnesota to lead the nation on this issue and require all hotel rooms in Minnesota who meet the definition in this bill to have them in room. And the only opposition I can fathom would be an issue of cost. And so I'd like you to just consider for a moment that the cost of a carbon monoxide detector over the course of its useful life is pennies per day. Hotels spend more than that on their complimentary coffee and spa water. I can tell you that your glass of complimentary spa water isn't going to save your life, but a carbon monoxide detector will, and it will save your children and yourself, your loved ones, and visitors to the state of Minnesota from the injuries that we suffered. And so I'm going to ask you to do this for all of us. I understand that you have limited time today, and so I'm going to stop my comments there, but I thank you very much for hearing me out and for giving due consideration to this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Liederman, for your testimony, and I hope that you and your son continue your recovery from the tragic incident that you have, and thank you for your citizen advocacy to work to make sure that others don't undergo what you and your son underwent. Appreciate your citizen advocacy. There are several questions and so and/or comments, and so we'll begin with Representative O'Neill. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have several questions, some pertaining to the content of the bill and clarification, specifically with the amendment that was added. And I also have a process concern about this as well, similar to what I had said on the previous bill. But to the content of the bill, directly to the author, is our Airbnb and Verbo, the homes that are used out for vacation homes, are they specifically included or excluded from this bill? Can you state that? And then also, what other states have this in their codes? Those are the first two questions.
So 2 questions. Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative O'Neill, for the question. Our bill specifically addresses hotels, lodging houses, motels, things that fall into that specific purview. And so Airbnbs, I cannot speak on, except that I believe that to qualify for renting out your home as an Airbnb, you have to meet certain parameters and guidelines. I am not sure what those are because we focus this specifically on the hotels or lodging houses, which is sort of an odd name, but that's where our focus is. And the idea of looking further into that in terms of Airbnbs, I mean, that is definitely something to be looked at in the future. But I would really, I suppose, have to do some research into what parameters you have to meet for your home to be considered for an Airbnb. So that's the answer to that question. In terms of how many other, how many other states have this, I will defer to my testifier in just a moment to see if she knows that. I feel like none of them have it because we are trying to be sort of a leader in this particular arena, lead the nation. I will say that Congresswoman, Angie Craig from the 2nd Congressional District is carrying this on the federal level. It has been termed the Safe Stay Act. And so we're hoping for some movement there, but I believe our intent is for Minnesota to lead the nation in this initiative. And I would defer to my testifier to see if that is correct.
Very well, Ms. Lederman.
Thank you. I've not been able to find any state that has this specific provision. Very few states address this at all. Depending on how broadly you look, there are 14 or 15 states that have some carbon monoxide requirements, but typically they are within a certain number of feet of the door, or they are referenced to rooms that might have a fireplace contained within it. And I don't think that you have to look any further than the statistics to see that those provisions are not effective. These exposure injuries continue to occur throughout the nation. And so what is on the books in other states, in my opinion, is not effective. If you want to save lives and injuries from carbon monoxide detectors in hotel rooms, they must be installed in the sleeping rooms themselves.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'm a bit concerned because the author doesn't know if privately owned homes that are used for Airbnb or Vrbo are included. That's problematic. So I'm wondering if legal counsel has better advice. Mr. Chair.
And do we have legal counsel, please?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff Diebel from House Research. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure if the department's on the line. They might have an answer. If they don't, I'm happy to look into it and respond back to the committee at a later time.
Is there anyone from the department here that wishes to participate in this inquiry? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's concerning. You're talking about a large swath of maybe unintended or maybe intended, I don't really know, of businesses, I guess. I'm not exactly sure how you characterize Airbnb locations that people go to. It's fairly, not that it's terribly new, but it's something of concern, I think, for that industry. They asked me to ask that question specifically for Vrbo and Airbnb. This definitely needs clarification. And if the agency is not even here to testify, then I have tremendous concern because, as you know, I don't like unclear language. I don't really have a concern that no other state has this. I think that it's, I don't have a problem moving forward with legislation if we're the first. We do that often here in Minnesota. We tend to be the first. But I do have a problem with process. And I just looked, and this was not even introduced into the Senate until after deadline. And this clearly as a policy only provision, which second deadline was a week ago today, and it wasn't introduced into the Senate until after second deadline. So this clearly has some concerns for process. And I'm just wondering, same thing I asked the previous author, what are her plans? And has she had conversations with her leadership about getting a rules waiver on this side?
Representative Berg.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative O'Neill, for your questions and concerns. I did actually check in with an electrician, a licensed electrician leader here in the state on your question about the Airbnb and Vrbo, and they are private homes and as such are subject to dwelling codes, including carbon monoxide detectors. So yes on that question. Yes on your other question. This bill was hung up in the revisor's office for close to 5 or 6 weeks. It's an incredibly important bill. It's one that was introduced last session, but COVID hit and it didn't get the traction it needed. So we picked it up this section, submitted it. It sat in the revisor's office for far too long before getting to us. And so, yes, I absolutely have been in touch with my leadership. It was approved for a rules waiver yesterday during recess when the Rules Committee met. Our Senate author, Senator Abler, we've been in constant contact, and the advocates over there, Senator Port, Senator Franzen, there is a clear path in the Senate, although we're not responsible here for what happens there. This is all happening in tandem together.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. Yeah, I see that it's sitting in the Labor Committee over there. I happen to know that chair pretty well, personally. So again, I don't know that the Labor Committee is even meeting anymore. They are a policy-only committee, so they would have to schedule, I mean, this is not your concern, but I'm just saying that there is a general concern about following the procedures. And so if I understand correctly, back to the other question about whether or not private homes that are used for Airbnb and Vrbo are included, I think you said it fairly quickly, but I believe you said that then they would be included because of building codes for homes. Is that correct? Back to the...
Representative Berg.
If you're asking me if the carbon monoxide detectors are included, the requirement, yes. Based on the information I have from the electrician that I asked the question to, so that I could get you a reasonable answer during this particular hearing.
Representative O'Neill, I'd like to get on with Representative Lucero.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's interesting that we have that from an electrician. It would be nice to hear it from the agency. I would like that if before we end this, obviously we're going to be meeting all the way till 2:30. I think that a word from the agency and clarification would be important, Mr. Chair, because the entire industry is actually asking this question. They've asked me to please ask the question on the record so that there is clarity. I would like to hear that directly from the agency would be preferable. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And along the same lines, we've already, so as a licensed general contractor myself and as a landlord, the answer to the residential question is that carbon monoxide detectors must be installed within 10 feet of every room where it could be a sleeping designation. This bill mandates then that it's inside every room, not within 10 feet. And if I understood the testifier correctly, if I heard in the reference to the question regarding other states, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the testifier said something to the effect of a reference that carbon monoxide detectors within a proximity in other states is not good enough or not effective enough, in her opinion. And so well, I certainly disagree with that, because our own residential building code says for residential properties, 10 feet is certainly good enough. You could have 3 bedrooms, for example, in one area of a home, and then have a carbon monoxide detector, again, within 10 feet. So then the question is, the first of my questions is, in regards to the Airbnb, if I'm renting out my home that has 6 bedrooms in it, like the house I'm sitting in, I've got 6 bedrooms now. So if I'm renting out the home, which is going to prevail? Is it going to be your bill? If I'm renting out via Airbnb, is it your bill then that I have the carbon monoxide in each room? Or am I subject to the building code, the residential building code, which just is 10 feet of each room?
Representative Lucero, council could check me on this, but I do believe the state statute takes precedence over, generally speaking, over those kind of local directives, ordinances, rules, et cetera. Let me just quickly turn to this.
Well, Mr. Chair, these would both be state statute.
Representative Berg.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Lucero. So our bill that we've chosen to write this way specifically addresses hotels and lodging houses. The industry of Airbnb and Vrbo is relatively new, and those homes, as I've stated, are subject to building codes. For our bill, we're talking about hotels and lodging houses, and those are now going to be subject to fire code. And in fact, the amendment backed by the Department of Public Safety is specifically codifying into code this bill that carbon monoxide detectors must be in every room that is intended for sleeping. this actually, through the course of the amendment, in about 4 years, we'll revisit this. It'll be removed from statute and permanently codified into fire code. And so what we're doing is we're giving the Department of Public Safety to take ownership of this, to place carbon monoxide detectors in every hotel room that is intended for sleeping. What you do in your own home, subject to building codes for Airbnb, that is not the intent of this bill, although to make it equally as safe for folks to stay in private homes versus hotel rooms, and be assured that they are not going to be subject to carbon monoxide poisoning. We can write another bill. We can add an amendment to this. I can meet with the Department of Public Safety and put that industry into this bill. But let's be reminded, this bill is focused specifically on hotels and lodging houses.
Very well. Thank you for that walkthrough, Representative.
So, Mr. Chair, when I'm looking at the definition here.
And then we're going to move to Representative Johnson. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I'm looking at the definition of hotel, it says any building. It doesn't specify, it's not talking about a hotel or motel or commercial property. It says any building that or portion thereof containing 6 or more guest rooms intended or designated to be used, or which are used, rented, or hired out to be occupied. It's not specifying that it's hotels. So this can absolutely be a residential property, any building. And so I guess the question where, again, it's rhetorical at this point because I didn't get an answer. We'd have 2 state statutes, one that says residential properties, the carbon monoxide detector within 10 feet. Then your bill, if it became law, would say carbon monoxide detectors in each room. Which would prevail? Which would be the one I would need to abide by if I were renting out my residential property via Airbnb? Airbnb has been around for at least 10 years, so it certainly isn't a new industry at all. But then my second question, and I'll end with this, Mr. Chair, is per that definition of hotel, it says any building, I'll reread it again, any building or portion thereof containing 6 or more guest rooms intended or designated to be used, or which are used, rented, or hired out to be occupied. There's no sleeping requirement in there. Occupied. I'm thinking of some of these flex spaces downtown Minneapolis or other areas where I can go and I can occupy, instead of me buying or leasing an entire building, I can rent a room in a much larger space that I'm not, again, I'm occupying, but I'm not sleeping, because your definition then has a comma and then the word or which are occupied for sleeping purposes by guests. So you're saying if it's occupied, whether or not you're sleeping, or if you're sleeping. So my question is, why do you have the definition that way? Because it certainly appears, and correct me if I'm wrong, according to that definition, you don't necessarily have to be sleeping if the room is occupied per your definition of hotel.
Representative Berg, then we'll move to Representative Johnson. Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lucero, for reminding us of the definition several times in a row. The intent behind the language when we talk about the room that you're sleeping in is because most of us, if we're awake and we're engaging in an activity and we start to feel altered, we get a headache, we feel lethargic, something just doesn't feel right, we're awake. And so we address that and we think through what might be happening in my surroundings. Why am I feeling this way? Maybe you go out for fresh air, take a walk. You can sort of address what's happening to you. When you're sleeping, carbon monoxide is called the silent killer for a reason, because when you are sleeping, you aren't aware of the changes that are happening unless you happen to wake up like my testifier did. And thank God she did, because she and her son are alive today because of that. So the very specific language about placing them in the rooms in which people sleep is there for a reason. I would remind members, as you're thinking this through, about Sophia's Law, which happened because one of our dear friends on this committee, her best friend's daughter died from carbon monoxide poisoning on a boat. Completely preventable, unbelievably tragic. And now Sophia's Law requires that there are carbon monoxide detectors on every boat. If you want to argue building
Mr. Chair, I had an answer to my question.
I have the floor, sir. I have the floor. I have the floor. Thank you. If you would like to argue the type of building you're in, if you would like to rename your home Lucero's Hotel, fantastic. I will go to the Department of Public Safety. I will talk through whether or not Airbnbs and Verbo could be added to this. I think it's a great idea, and I appreciate the attention being drawn to that option as well.
Very well.
So, Mr. Chair, I think she was confused with the second part.
We're done with this line of questioning. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Berg, I want to thank you for actually doing the right process to get this bill here. It was introduced 2 days before deadline, first hearing after deadline. But before it came here, you actually did go to rules like you should do. I want to thank you for doing that. I do have some concerns on this bill. I understand it. I appreciate what you're trying to do, and I agree with that it should be. Now, a lot of hotels that I've been in all across this country and in Minnesota, most of them have electric heaters in the rooms. They don't have gas. If there's not a source for carbon monoxide in that room, are they still going to be required to have a carbon monoxide detector in that room?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Johnson, for that question. That's a great question. There are some statutes that say if there is a appliance in the room that could emit carbon monoxide, then the carbon monoxide detector belongs in that room. This was part of the discussion that I had with the Department of Public Safety. The problem is that there are other ways you get carbon monoxide into your room versus just an in-room appliance. For example, if you have a room near the swimming pool, if you have ventilation where somebody backs their truck next to your window in the parking lot on the ground floor, and you can get that air drawn in or that exhaust drawn in, right? That's another way that there's sort of these outside things that happen in order to bring that into your room. And so that's the purpose of having them in the room versus every so many feet, for example, in the hallway. My testifier's story actually came from a water heater that was down the hall. But the carbon monoxide detector that should have alerted her was even further down the hall away from her room. And it was just that those few feet that made such a difference in that not going off and waking her up and alerting her to the situation that was happening. And so that's why putting it in every room is just to mitigate all those outside factors, whether the hotel is updated with electric heater or other things that you think would mitigate that. This is just to sort of make sure that we're taking the whole view and protecting folks in the room. I'm a flight attendant. I stay in hotel rooms, several times a month when I'm not here doing this. And it doesn't matter if it's an older hotel or an updated hotel. Some flight attendants and pilots carry little portable carbon monoxide detectors because this isn't just sort of universal across the nation that hotel rooms have to have this. And I can't tell you how many times I've woken up with a headache or lethargic or achy. And I just thought, well, I've been in several different time zones over the last 4 days. Maybe that's why. But we're talking about slow exposure to folks like us that do this for a living, slow exposure to the workers that work there. So this is just about safety, protecting lives. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
That was a long answer for so she lost it.
Yeah, let's all try to be as concise as possible, given the fact that we've got lots of bills here. That's for everyone. Representative Johnson.
I'm going to get back to the answer dealing with the state building code and the Airbnb and the Verbo. A lot of the places that rent out are usually cabins. Cabins around lakes. The vast majority were built before 2006. Yes, in 2006, they added the requirement of carbon monoxide detectors in state statute in the state building code. But if your home was built before 2006, they were not required. So we need to find out if it's going to be required in these or not. I would ask maybe lay this bill over so we can get somebody from the that can actually answer these questions here, because it is a huge effect. If the intent was not to originally attempt, I don't think, was to include the Airbnbs and the verbos. But I think this is super encompassing. It also looks like it might encompass when Representative Lucero was reading the actual language in the bill. If I have a mother-in-law's apartment in my home, it might actually require that, even though it was built before 2006. Should I put one in? Absolutely. But if I have electric heat, electric hot water, no electric range is one required. So we have to look at all the things. So I would suggest we lay this over so we get somebody here from the fire marshal's office and the state building code to answer some of these questions, because the testifier is unable to answer them.
So Representative Johnson, that might be tomorrow, next week, next month. They're well aware of these bills that are before us. Representative Berg, you do have DPS here. You're certainly welcome to call on them if you think you need to, or we can just continue to push forward. Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I'm happy to have DPS chime in. I'm also happy to tweak language if we, including Airbnb, Verbo, and other buildings where people do take advantage of staying. That would be fantastic to include it all and keep people safe. But I will turn it over to DPS for their comments.
Well, I mean, if you're willing to work on the language, I don't need to burn up a whole lot of time here.
Sure.
My understanding is the DPS is supportive of your bill and has been working with you to address these very issues. Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the group for a robust discussion here. I'm going to really go into my own personal life on this. CO poisoning is one of the worst poisonings to be on a scene with. I too have been at hotels where we had to call in over 30 ambulances to move patients. This is an equity question too, folks, because there's only one place in the state that you can get treatment for CO poisoning, and that's Hennepin County because it has a dive chamber. If we can save you at all. Outstate, it's going to be a long trip, and hopefully we can get your oxygen levels up. This is a must do. We keep going back and forth. Does it apply towards anything? I mean, I think CO detectors should be in every room where there's somebody sleeping. I've done CPR on a baby. Babies are really affected by this. And it didn't go well with that baby, by the way. And I've done CPR on 80-year-old people that have CO poisoning. This is a must do. I can't believe this isn't in our laws yet. If we're going into hotels, people should be aware. And even if there isn't a CO, the ones that I've been involved in have been bad venting from the kitchen, truck exhaust, things like that. So please, I hope we consider getting this bill through. I know all the officers that are on the committee have been on CO poisons, and you know exactly what goes on. So let's get this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Huot. Representative Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine, one, I'll say to Representative Berg, thank you. I think this is a minimum standard that should be everywhere, wherever anyone sleeps. I totally agree with the bill. But my question is actually to you, Mr. Chair. I'm thinking about the process of the bills, and this bill and the last bill that we've heard, and I just want to make sure that I am of full understanding of process. The question before us is whether or not the bill as written is a good bill. It's not whether this bill should include more or exclude more. And I just want to make sure that everyone listening understands that that's the debate we should be having, not whether we should be writing a new bill or changing every bill before us. If we as representatives agree with the language, vote yes. If we disagree, vote no. If we have lobbying groups who are wanting us to vote no, however that goes. And then the other piece, Mr. Chair, and this is what I would ask for clarification for, is the bill path, as I understand it, is up to the author. These bills are viable for a session. They may not be have a path forward in this particular year, but we can bring bills forward and have them heard, and they might not be enacted until the next year. And I just want to make sure that I'm a full understanding of that. And to the author, I wish you the best of luck with this bill, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Representative Cleaborn. I think you're correct on both points. It's certainly part of good debate for members to talk about what may be missing that they would like to see in the bill, point out ways to strengthen the bill. But I take your point that regardless, you're still voting on the provision that's before us as constructed by the author. And yes, indeed, we do serve in a biennial session, moving a bill forward. A new session, if we're not able to act, that bill is still playable, if you will. In the next session, we would still need to process it through, most likely, have the committee, hear it again, et cetera. But yes, once we adjourn on May 17th, these bills still continue to be viable until we go sine die as a session. With that, Representative Berg, final few seconds here, and then we're going to take a vote on your bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members. I'll echo my colleague and fellow freshman class member, Heather, in saying that this is such a learning experience, and I appreciate the suggestions, the guidance from the seasoned members here. I am always happy to work on language, take suggestions. We just want to keep people safe, have people go on vacations and see their loved ones and do all the things that they do when you leave your own home and stay somewhere else, to go in there safe and come out of there safe. So I am very open to tweaking language, to having guidance, to including things that we haven't thought of in this bill. But let's really, let's just keep people safe. This is a really easy and a really critical way to make sure that we're all safe. So I would urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Well, the chair renews his motion that House File 2284 as amended be referred to the General Register. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani?
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier?
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson?
I want to vote yes, but too many complications need to be fixed. I'll vote first, so I'm a no.
Representative Johnson, nay. Representative Edelson?
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist?
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossell?
No.
Representative Grossell, nay. Representative Hollins?
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt?
Aye.
Representative Hewitt, aye. Representative Cleavorn?
Cleavorn, aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long? Excused. Representative Lucero?
Maybe I'll get answers on the floor. Can't wait. No.
Representative Mueller?
As written, right now, Mueller votes no.
Representative Mueller, nay. Representative Novotny?
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill?
Bill's not ready. No.
Representative O'Neill, nay. Representative Pinto?
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston?
Nay.
Representative Poston, nay. Representative Raleigh?
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang?
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang?
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. That concludes the roll call with 12 ayes and 6 nays.
Very well. With 12 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails, and House File 2284 as amended is referred to the General Register. Thank you, Representative Berg, and best wishes with your bill. Sounds like you're very open to continue to work with folks, and I would expect nothing less. Members, committee is a much more fluid process, and it should be, because we really should be having a conversation with one another. But I do want to remind members that when we vote, the only thing that's recorded for the record is a yes or no vote. With that, Representative Frazier, are you with us? I know you were presenting a bill earlier.
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Representative Frazier, I wonder if you will take the gavel and as I present the next 2 bills.
I will gladly take the gavel, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members, I move to refer House File 2433 to the Ways and Means Committee.
Mr. Chair, your bill is before the committee. Please proceed.
And Mr. Chair, members, I wish to move an author's amendment to place this in the shape. I wish for us to have it before us, which is the 821 amendment. I would so move.
Chair Johnson, do you mind if we do a voice vote?
I'm still looking for the amendment right now.
All right.
Representative Johnson, this puts the bill in the shape that I wish to have it before us today.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. All those in favor of the amendment as stated by the chair, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill is in the shape you like. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'll be very brief. This bill, in our statutes, we have duties and responsibilities that we direct the heads of our executive branch departments and boards to carry out. And so all their work is centered on that responsibility that we broadly articulate. And so what this bill does is that it requires the Department of Corrections, the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission, the Department of Public Safety, and the Post Board to perform those responsibilities with the goal of public safety, which includes, and this is the language, which includes the promotion of human rights. We then delineate what that means in the language. And let me pull up my language here. All right, so my notes mysteriously disappeared. Here we go. And the language is pretty similar when it comes to all four. It's to perform these goals, as I said, with promoting public safety. Public safety then includes the promotion of human rights. And that we further delineate that public safety means reducing or preventing crime while maintaining, and this is the human rights language, basic rights, freedoms, and privileges that belong to every person. Then we identify what those are to be included: the right to dignity, fairness, equality, respect, and freedom from discrimination. And then we further, with the language, describe how to achieve those. And so there's slight differences depending on whether it's the DLC or the DPS, for instance. So with DLC, we would achieve it by diverting people away from the criminal justice system whenever it's possible, and then imposing, least restrictive sanctions in order to achieve accountability. In my bill, there is a word that's going to need to be changed with DLC. The language currently refers to the use of community services. We meant to say use of community supervision. We'll be laying this bill over, and so I can amend that, subsequently. And then there's some other language in terms of direction to the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, and then to DPS. And DPS, you'll have some slightly different language about, with DLC, you'll have slightly different language promoting the rehabilitation of those engaged in criminal activity through evidence-based programming and services. And again, all of those maintaining the basic rights, freedoms, and privileges that belong to every person, including including expectations of equality, right to dignity, respect, freedom from discrimination. Members, it's my contention that part of the big debate before us, not just here, but across the country, is the American people looking to articulate and be clear and perhaps reestablish what the appropriate balances are vis-a-vis the state and its citizenry. And clearly, as Americans, we have historically grounded the our basic understanding of residents and citizens in our nation as possessing certain rights. Nevertheless, I would argue our struggle historically has always been the sort of tug and pull between the state and the people as the state attempts to do things that are appropriate, like providing public safety, but constantly challenged to do that with balancing out this broad community of principles under human rights. Similarly, citizens wanting their state to be very strong relative to things like providing for public safety and wrestling with how far does that mean in terms of centering their individual human rights. I suspect we'll be a nation for centuries and never come to a total conclusion, definitive conclusion on that. But meanwhile, we have these important principles and it's vital that we articulate them in terms of the expectations that we have of one another, certainly the expectations that we have of our government. And so members, that's basically it. I do have a couple testifiers, Mr. Chair, that can speak to this issue, both in terms of its broad implications and perhaps also to some degree about its practical elements. I do have Kelly Mitchell from the Rubina Institute and then Commissioner Schnell from the Department of Corrections. And so, Mr. Chair, I would turn to Ms. Mitchell first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for laying out your bill and providing that context. Ms. Mitchell, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kelly Lynn Mitchell, and I'm the executive director of the Rubina Institute of Criminal Law and Criminal Justice. I'm also the chair of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, but because the commission hasn't discussed this bill yet, I'm not here to represent their views. I'm here to represent my views personally as a member of the commission and also having expertise in this area of criminal justice. Each of the entities that is addressed in this bill is charged within the state with protecting and promoting public safety. But I think that the problem has been over the years that we have not taken the time to define what public safety means. And I think we all make our own assumptions about the best way to achieve and promote public safety. And so what this bill really does is it puts some thought to that idea and provides some direction to all of these entities and to our state about how do we best achieve public safety. And how do we do that, orienting our work within that frame of human rights. I think that the bill recognizes that the path to public safety is multifaceted. There's no one way to achieve it. But like I said, I think we have assumptions sometimes that public safety sometimes is, or there are sometimes assumptions that public safety is best served through confinement and harsh sentencing. And what this bill really does is recognize that no, there are multiple paths to public safety. Yes, there are individuals for whom a lengthy term of confinement is the only answer, and that is appropriate in those situations. But for most people who are brought into our criminal justice system, that actually is not the path to public safety. We have a long tradition in the state of utilizing community supervision and community services to help people. And I think that we need to recognize that sort of addressing the root causes of why people are brought into the criminal justice system is just as important to reducing the footprint of our criminal justice system and to helping people move on as using these other types of confinement. So this bill really recognizes that rehabilitation is a goal for the state, that we should be focused on that, and that not only rehabilitation is a goal, but that rehabilitation with some evidence behind it is a goal. We can't assume that we know the right way to work with people. We need to look at research. We need to base everything we do in in evidence, and we need to take responsibility as a state that sometimes it is our actions that make people worse off. So I think this bill accomplishes that. As a member of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, I appreciate having some direction from the legislature as to what public safety actually means when we are doing our role of determining what appropriate sentences are, and that looking to community supervision is just as valid of a goal for the legislature as looking to confinement when it's appropriate. So I think I'll stop there. I know that time is short today. I just want to thank Chair Mariani for bringing this bill forward and for helping us to engage in this discussion, which I think is long overdue as to what is public safety and how do we best achieve it in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for sharing that. I appreciate that. Commissioner Schnell, are you available for testimony?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. First of all, I'm proud to speak on behalf of this. I would just say that oftentimes public safety has been used as a term of art, and meaning it can be used and seen in a way of the eyes of the beholder. And I think what this bill does is it provides much more precise policy guidance. And yet, I think as we look at the language, many of the elements described in this definition are in fact grounded in our Constitution. And I would add that it should be our objective to achieve the state's objective with the least amount of force necessary to accomplish those objectives. And that includes the way we intervene in situations of wrongdoing, and nothing in the language that's provided speaks contrary to the need for there to be accountability. So it is a balanced approach, and yet creates the demand that we recognize the principles of freedom, dignity, fairness, equality, respect, freedom from discrimination. And how it is that I, as the head of the Department of Corrections, and as somebody who came from law enforcement before, many of these principles are grounded in the long-standing kind of beliefs and perspective around problem solving in the community as a core and critical policing belief. And so I'm proud to stand here today in support of this bill, and I can share that this bill and the language provided herein are also strongly supported by Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. And so with that, I would stand for any questions the committee would have. And I appreciate as well this level of guidance being provided by our policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schnell. Members, at this time, I don't believe we have any more testifiers, so we will open it up for member questions. I believe I'm seeing Representative Johnson.
Chair, members, Representative Mariani, I understand what you're doing with this bill. I have concerns with it. One thing, it leaves out the victims. By doing it with your definition and your goals for what is it? Let me pull it up again. Community service or community supervision instead of incarceration. We are actually doing that now. You can have a level 7 offense on the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And in the sex fines also a level D, which also includes criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, some of the elements there. And you have to have multiple points before you even think about incarceration. It's actually a stayed sentence and just probation. This is even to go farther. I have a lot of concerns with it. We're talking burglaries. They call a burglary a victim some people call it a victimless crime because there was no person there, it's just the property. It's not just the property crime. If I go outside when my wife is home and if I don't bring a key with me, I can't get back in the house. She's been a victim of a burglary. It's a serious offense, and that was back when she was a child. These people need to be held accountable. Right now, you can, on the average, it's three burglary convictions before you go to the state prison system. How many burglaries convictions does a person have to have before they actually go to the state correctional facility? I don't even know where to start on this. And then in the definition of public safety, you're missing a very important part. One of the purposes of law enforcement is also to protect the citizens during a disaster. That's not even in your bill. That's a very important part because disasters happen. And it's law enforcement that is the one out there taking care of the problem. And in Boulder, Colorado, they had a disaster. And law enforcement went running into that disaster and he lost his life. He was trying to help people leave a disaster. So I do ask that, I do have a lot of concerns on this bill. It wasn't put forward till after deadline. There is no Senate companion. It's going to go nowhere. I'm getting tired of some of the bills being pushed forward that is just for pomp and show. Pandering to certain areas. With that, I would say, I know this bill is going to be laid over, so I'm going to stop there. We'll deal with it when it's in the omnibus bill, and we'll really take it apart. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Chair Mariani.
Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, let me direct you to lines 1.6 and 1.7 of the amendment. Lines 1.115 through lines 1.16, lines 0.124, as well as lines 2.7, where we clearly identify ensuring victim safety. And so I know you perhaps didn't have a chance to read the amendment, but that is what we just amended onto this bill. There's nothing in this bill that excludes incarceration when it's required. In fact, one can argue right now under, kind of the broad vagueness of public safety, that we're basically leaving it to our system to make those decisions and not the legislature. And so one could argue right now, theoretically, there's no requirement for anyone to be incarcerated. And so, members, I think, both Commissioner Snell and Ms. Mitchell articulated the wisdom of having a legislature speak to what has been our practices for sure for a number of years here. And our practices have included recognizing those who have been harmed by individuals and processes that conduct criminal activity in our state. So, members, well, let me just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see any other hand. Representative Johnson, is your hand still up or you just didn't lower it from last time? I'm going to take that as a no. But I do have a comment to add to that. I just want to say, Representative Johnson, if I heard you correctly, that these bills are pandering. These bills are specifically focused on human rights and protection. We heard the Commissioner of Corrections testify to that. We've heard Ms. Mitchell testify to that very eloquently and passionately about human rights. And so I just want to make sure for those out there listening, we do not believe that responding to and addressing human rights is pandering. It's not even partisan. It's just the right thing to do. Representative Claiborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to address that too. There seems to be this statement that keeps being made over and over with each of our bills that somehow there's no path forward. Somehow we're not following process. And then this last comment about motive of pandering. That's just unacceptable behavior for our committee. These bills are viable and they are good bills. And we need to just focus on the task of, is it a good bill or is it a not good bill, and debate the merits of the content of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, President Claiborne. Chair Mariani, do you have any closing remarks?
Mr. Chair, I would request that the chair lay this bill over for possible inclusion or out of this bill.
Chair, I will renew your motion, and the bill will be laid over for possible inclusion. Thank you. On to the next bill we have in front of us is House File 2435. Chair Mariani, this is also your bill. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to refer House File 2435 to the General Register, and just hopefully to avoid a repeat of the question that Representative Claiborne just spoke to. It is my desire to have this bill laid over once we discuss it for possible inclusion as well. Mr. Chair, I do have a testifier on this bill. Let me tell you very quickly. It's
Mr. Chair, sorry, Mr. Chair, to interrupt you, but I do believe this one we need to maybe amend your motion and send this to Ways and Means.
Mr. Chair, that's fine. We will be laying it over, but I will amend my motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please proceed. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's absolutely correct because it does involve an appropriations. Absolutely, yes. Mr. Chair, members, there's four elements to this bill. This is in regards to the training dollars that we appropriate to the Post Board that gets them passed on through a process to our local law enforcement units to provide for the proper training that we expect through licensing and statutes of our licensed peace officers. The training dollars that exist at the Pulse are really in two chunks. There's, for lack of a better term, basic training dollars that have been there for a while. And then there are the appropriations and training dollars that this legislature made possible after the tragic killing of Mr. Philando Castile of St. Paul. Those dollars were created with the purpose of providing the resources in order to meet three requirements that were added to the expectations for training. So requirements around cultural diversity, around de-escalating practices, as well as handling individuals in mental health crisis. Last year, we added autism and the Minnesota Police Accountability Act as part of that as well. However, those dollars can be used for all sorts of other reasons that predate the development of those four elements and predates the killing of Philando. Those are appropriate training expenditures. But my intent here is to tie what motivated and created those four categories to the both the incident, but more importantly, to what motivated us as a people to add those four critical elements. So that's one thing that the bill does, that it ties those dollars to those four uses. It renames that particular pool of money in the name of Philando Castile. It also extends, there is a sunset that currently hangs over these resources. That's a long story, but this would extend the sunset out for another year. And on top of that, the final element is we also address this base issue of training. Those training dollars have kind of been pretty much stuck in terms of appropriations. So we're going to add a COLA to that. We do agree with law enforcement that it's important that our appropriations keep pace with the very real costs for providing these appropriate trainings. I'm not arguing that this is going to do enough relative to those needs, but this is critically important for us to be able to move forward. And assuming we can move this bill forward, we'll be negotiating with the other body of executive branch around how to better and fully meet the expectations and needs of our law enforcement training requirements. So, Mr. Chair, that's the bill. I do have Valerie Castillo, who is the mother of Philando Castillo, with us today, and I would urge us to hear from her for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Castillo, we will move to you for your testimony, and I could ask you if you could be brief and concise. We are running a little bit behind. I know you'll be hanging around because you're also here to testify on the bill. Ms. Castillo, absolutely. Good to see you again. Please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair, and all of our representatives and senators at the state capitol. Thank you for having me. I want to just talk about how important this bill is, and that these funds are used specifically for the de-escalation and written and cultural competency and explicit biases. And I say that because somewhere there's a disconnect as far as the communication with law enforcement and our communities, because at the end of the day, we all want to go home and we all want one another safe. So I think this training funds would help us to achieve that. And by the funds being specifically for cultural competency and de-escalation and addressing unconscious biases and explicit biases, I think that can help build the gap between the police, law enforcement, and the community. So I support this bill, and it's been 5 years now, and I miss my son dearly, and I have been working continuously on ways to create recommendations and blueprints and trying to make sure that we all are safe. And I hope you support this bill as well. I mean, I've worked on countless working groups and panels discussing how we can bridge that gap. And I think that by creating these funds for specific purposes, that can help our police officers understand other cultures. When they go into communities that they don't live, they can be better equipped in dealing with them. And when they come on a situation, they would better know how to analyze and decipher what's going on and call for the right people to come, especially when you're dealing with people with mental health issues. So it is simple. They call it the 21st century policing. It's so simple to treat people the way that you want to be treated. Yes. And at the end of the day, we all will go home. Thank you very much for having me. And thank you, Mr. Chair. And have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. I do see that we have a public testifier up, and it is Sheriff Hutton. Sheriff Hutton, I'm going to recognize you for testimony, and I'm going to ask you as well, please be brief so we can catch up on our schedule. So, Sheriff Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll be real brief. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Bill Hutton. I am the Executive Director of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, representing the 87 elected sheriffs of Minnesota. I also have the privilege to speak on behalf of the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, representing the more than 300 police chiefs. I would like to address House File 2435, which would restrict training reimbursement for the current biennium. We do appreciate that Chair Mariani has included the post-training reimbursement funds in his budgets over the last several years. We also appreciate the dialogue that we've been able to have with the chair and members of the committee this session. Again, we do appreciate that the chair has included post-training funds within the budget. However, we do not support the continued sunset of this important funding. The Minnesota Sheriff's Association and Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association were at the table for the discussions, the negotiations, and ultimately the agreement on the post-training funds. Everyone at the table agreed that the training funds was significantly underfunded and that specific training is needed. We also agreed that training needs are ongoing, thus the need for the continued funding. Each licensed law enforcement officer in Minnesota must complete 48 hours or CEs of training within a 3-year cycle. 16 of those hours were identified when the training fund was established and mandated, and we've already heard what those were. These courses make up for 1/3 of the required 48 hours. However, this bill mandates that 2/3 of all training funds be dedicated to these recently passed training priorities. Law enforcement training is happening in communities every day throughout the state. Each community and law enforcement agency prioritizes the training they need for their community. In addition, there are other mandated and important community training needs. I can speak from experience as a retired sheriff. My deputies were constantly in training. They trained to be better at what they did and how they could better serve their community. Law enforcement agencies throughout the state are exceeding the 48-hour training requirements per individual peace officer. A lot is required of the women and men in uniform. They need the training and funding to meet those expectations. There continues to be significant need in training funding. Again, we do appreciate the funding being brought forward by the chair, but we do not support the language as presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jeff Hutton. Representative Mariani, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, but we do have an amendment up that I'd like to get to.
Why don't we move on to the amendment? I know we're short in time.
Right. I'd like to, staff, what is can we get the title of the amendment?
The A2?
Yeah. Would someone like to move the A2 amendment?
Chair Frazier, that would be my amendment, Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson, please speak to your amendment.
This amendment deals with training. As many of you know, I believe it was earlier this summer, we passed the police accountability bill with some major changes to our use of deadly force statutes. Unfortunately, when the post-board rules committee was working on them, the Attorney General's office was very delayed in getting a opinion as to how they would operate. These laws went into effect March 1st. And guidance for how to come up with a curriculum and what's going to happen did not get to the Rules Committee until beginning of February. There was not enough time to train the over 10,000 officers across the state in the new guidelines and the new law. This is a request to just delay that implementation from March 1st to September 1st, which gives time to come up with the curriculum, give time for post-board to approve the curriculum, and go through and get the officers trained in this new law, which is really critical right now due to the fact that we have a trial coming up. And unfortunately, because of that law change that we did, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and it sounds like Iowa will no longer send officers into the state of Minnesota because of this law change through mutual aid. We have departments like Duluth, Moorhead, in fact, right near me in Taylor's Falls, which does not have a 24-hour department, the last I heard, whereas St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin would respond to emergency calls inside the state of Minnesota with their mutual aid agreements, which they no longer are going to do because of the law that was passed. But this gives time for everybody to understand it, get the training done, work with the surrounding states to get it figured out so we can actually have mutual aid with them. And with the trial coming up by Hudson Police Department and a number of Wisconsin state troopers were here to help with the riots last year. So this is really important to get passed. I wish I would have been able to have a hearing on the bill that does this. But, so I would like to get this on, at least dealing with training, to at least get the conversation started, because it's important that we do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Mariani.
Mr. Chair, very, very quickly, I actually don't consider this a hostile amendment. I'm certainly open to this conversation. In fact, this conversation is trying to be had in the SAFE Act. It's one of the elements that has been brought up in conversations between the two bodies. And so I would prefer that we continue to have that conversation there. It could well be that we may continue to have that conversation here as we move forward to the omnibus construct. So I'm certainly open to that, but I'm not ready right now to preempt those conversations we're currently having. So I would urge us not to vote on this. And very quickly, I have to say, I just can't resist. I think it's absolutely absurd that any surrounding state would not assist another state based on the fact that our state has its own laws. Wisconsin has its own laws. They don't align with our laws, but I'm willing to put money on the table that if Wisconsin wants help from Minnesotan, that in true Minnesota fashion and values, we're going to help them. And so, that's just not an issue. The bigger issue is that the time for this amendment isn't now, so I would respectfully ask not to add this amendment at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Johnson, are you asking for a roll call vote on this?
I would like a roll call.
Staff, please take I will ask staff to please take the vote on this A1 amendment by Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani?
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier?
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson?
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist?
Nay.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossell?
Aye.
Representative Grossell, aye. Representative Hollins?
Nay.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt?
Nay.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleaborn?
Is this I have it notated as the A2 amendment. Is this the A2 amendment that we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have the right number. I thought I heard A1. Cleaborn, no.
Representative Long, excuse.
No.
Oh, no. Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero?
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny?
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill?
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto?
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston?
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh?
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang?
Aye. I'm sorry, no.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Zhang?
No.
Representative Zhang, nay. That concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
Thank you. That was my mistake. The A2 amendment with the vote. Could you repeat the numbers again?
8 ayes and 11 nays.
The A2 amendment with a vote of 8 ayes and 11 nays does not pass. Representative Mariani, any closing statements?
No, Mr. Chair, we'll continue this conversation. It's my expectation that we lay this over at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will lay this bill over and we will move on. Mr. Chair, I believe that is your last bill, so should I turn the gavel back over to you?
No, I'm kind of enjoying just being in the background. Let's flip for it.
I can hold on to it.
I'd be glad to do it, but I may turn to you again a little later if that's okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good,
Okay.
Chair.
Very well. Thank you, Representative Frazier. Next up is House File 723, Representative Thompson. Representative Thompson, the chair moves to refer House File 723 to the Judiciary Committee. Members, we will be, the chair will be laying this bill over. Obviously, we're a little bit behind time, so I wanted everyone who's listening, please, please, please help us out here and make sure that we move as quickly as possible. Representative Thompson, your bill's before us. You have an author's amendment, which shapes this bill up very much in the way that you want it to have before us. I could move that at this point if you wish, and we may want council just to walk through, what that is. But Representative Thompson, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Chair, for having me. And it'd be an honor for me to actually to move that amendment and also have House go ahead and walk through it for the sake of time. I think they'll do a better job with speed.
They usually do for all of us, Representative Thompson. So the chair moves to amend 723 with the DE1 amendment. I'm going to ask council to walk through that.
Mr. Chair, Ben Johnson with House Research.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, please.
Mr. Chair, members, I'm going to do this at a very high level for everyone. What this bill does in Section 1 is that it creates an Office of Community-Led Public Safety Coordination. That's an office that will be housed inside the Office of Justice Programs, which is part of the Department of Public Safety. It also lays out that the Department of Public Safety will hire a coordinator to run that office, and it makes some requirements related to the experience that coordinator needs to have. It identifies the duties for that coordinator, and those duties include serving as a liaison for the ethnic councils, assisting people to navigate applying for grants, developing a simplified grant application process, and also encouraging the use of restorative justice programs. There are some other duties in there that the members can read. The bill would establish several grants. Essentially, these are 4 different types of grants. The grants would be divided by identifying targeted areas. The targeted areas would be either inside the metro or outside the metro, but they would be areas that in essence have high crime and high poverty rates. Within those targeted areas, each area must receive at least $1 million for the grants, and the director is told to prioritize the areas based on the highest rates of violent crime. The 4 types of grants, Mr. Chair, basically fall under the grants that were described in the original version of House File 723, which involves youth, young adult, and family anti-violence grants. That's paragraph B. You'll see quite a bit of language under paragraph B. Paragraph C goes to the Minnesota Safe Streets program grants. Those grants are comparable to the language that's currently in House File, I believe it's 1345, which is also on the agenda today. And then there are 2 additional grants. Those grants are related to either promoting community healing or establishing or continuing co-responder teams that would partner with local units of government and tribal governments. Mr. Chair, I'm on to subdivision 6 at this point. That simply directs that of the amounts that are appropriated, 2/3 have to be distributed within the metropolitan area and 1/3 is outside of the metropolitan area, and that no individual grant recipient can receive more than $1 million each year. The bill then establishes community grant advisory boards. Those boards are designed to be the ones who make decisions on who will receive a grant and how much that grant will be. It requires the coordinator to identify someone to essentially work as the chair of the board and then to appoint the additional members with the chair. The boards would be either 5, 6, or 7 members. Those boards are directed to accept applications, to provide notice that grants are available, to review the grants, and to make the awards. And then finally, Mr. Chair and members, there's a section 2 that makes appropriations. It appropriates a total of $15 million in both fiscal years 22 and 23. As you know, pursuant to the budget rules, that creates an ongoing appropriation that would be added to the department's base. Of that money, $100,000 is for the coordinator, and the remainder is for the grants that I described earlier, those 4 types of grants. That completes the walkthrough, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Representative Thompson, I think you're right. Our staff are much more concise than you and I would otherwise be Representative. Members, so that describes the DE1 amendment, the author's amendment, which is the bill that he wishes to have before us. Representative Johnson, I think it would be appropriate if we vote on that at this point. I take it a voice vote is fine.
All right, a voice vote will be fine.
Very well, thank you, sir. All in favor of the, let me make sure, it is the DE1, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. All in favor of adopting the DE1 amendment, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All same sign, motion prevails. And the DE1 amendment, or House File 723 is amended with the DE1 amendment. Representative Thompson, you've got a couple of testifiers. Do you wish to identify them? At this point, yes.
Chair, yes, I do. I'm sorry. Valerie Castile and Fahir Khalif.
Okay, very well. Ms. Castillo, welcome back.
Should I describe the bill?
If you want to make some comments about it, since we already walked through the bill, but yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Representative Thompson, I jumped over your over you on that. Go ahead.
Just want to make sure that we understand that this bill was designed by the community, for the community, with a lot of input from community. This bill is still a bill that we're still gauging ideas from the community on it. So if there's any other ideas that need to make this a better bill, I'm always willing to work to make this a better bill. This bill actually allocates funds also to the community to kind of address the need that our community needs. And it puts the community in a position to actually do some keeping itself safe also. I mean, you're allowed to go into places where normally some people can't go in our community. And so we know some of the key players and how to get to them. And so this bill actually puts the community in a position to actually keep some of their own communities safe also. And so I just want to make sure that I describe the bill a little bit more in detail.
Yes, of course.
And with that, I could just pass on the moment Valerie Castillo.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I've been rather busy. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative John Thompson. I love saying that. And Representative John Thompson and I have been doing a lot within the last 5 years. And I just wanted to say that this bill is very, very important for our community because there's a lot going on in our community. And for whatever reason that we're suffering such a huge disparity and generational trauma, it's a lot going on, and there are various grassroots organizations are there to help us. We need stabilization in our community, and that's why we can tie this piece with the police as well, and the training, and the grassroots organizations doing the things that they do in order to pretty much stabilize the community. And I support this bill. It's very, very necessary. It's important. And I feel like everything that we're talking about within this budget hearing, everything is a priority, because in reality, the state of Minnesota is in an emergency state. We have so many issues in Minnesota that the microscope is on us once again. I mean, everything is happening. Minnesota, the whole world is watching Minnesota right now. And to have to fight with people to get them to understand the volume of what's going on right now is, mind-boggling to me. I have been in, doing all these different things that I'm not accustomed to. I've been thrown into an arena because of the murder of my son, and I'm going to do everything I can that is humanly possible to make sure that our children are safe, the police are safe, and we can all just grow. This is the year for growth and being true and honest to yourself. I'll get going and won't stop. And I know we're short on time, but I support this bill. And I hope you guys do too, because we're talking about the future leaders of this country, and we just really need to just come together as one nation of people. We're all human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. And next we have Farhio Khalif. Welcome to the committee. Please state your name for the record. Give us your testimony.
The wrong name is Ibrahim, not Farhio. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Ibrahim.
Yeah.
I can go next. Go ahead. Ibrahim should go, then I'll go next. That's fine.
Okay, I will. Hi, thank you for taking my testifying. I appreciate it about this opportunity. I am a business owner in Lake Street in South Minneapolis. I have lost during the civil unrest my business due to a lot of social disparity. That's pretty much what I would like to say today. Our community has been suffering, especially the youth. They don't have a place to go. There is a lot of high carjacking, stealing, all the stuff. A role model for this case. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have this issue more and more. So I think I support this bill, and I would like every one of you guys sitting there today to support this bill. Farhio, Jordan, asked me about this bill. I really think this is a way to go, the right path to take this case away from bad destruction to guide them to the right destruction. We talked about solar, we talked about different kinds of job opportunity. If we give those kids a good job opportunity, our neighborhood will feel much safer, especially the social disparity that rises between the African-American, immigrants of African-American that came in from other countries. We need a job for these people. Job and being a good role model, it will be the only way to distract these kids. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have the social disparity, more police brutality, more other things. So I really urge you guys, every one of you guys, to support this bill. Thank you very much for taking my testify today.
I really appreciate you being with us. Can you do me a favor? Can you just state your name because I need to have it on the record?
My name is Abe Damaj, a business owner in South Minneapolis and Lake Street.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for believing in South Minneapolis and running a business there. Best wishes to you, sir. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Khalif, I think you may be next.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I really thank you for this opportunity. My name is Farhio Khalif, and I am the Executive Director of Voice of East African Women. And I'm here today to ask for your support of House File 723. And I also want to thank Representative John Thompson for his hard work and working this back in 2019. And I also want to mention this to say my thanks to Representative Pinto, who also worked it really hard. And thank you, Mr. Mariani, again in the past at that meeting with us. This bill will help the community, like everybody before me say, and my sister Valerie Castillo, thank you so much. I'm always with you. And Brother Ibrahim, the struggle is real in our community. Our bill Aya on House 723, African immigrants in the state of Minnesota is struggling. The disparity is high. And I want to remind my friends of Republicans on the call today, especially Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson, I met with you several times in the past with and a former Tony Cornish when you guys supported a bill that we were advocating for, myself, then former Hennepin County Sheriff Richard Senek. And that time we got a pilot program that we called Mothers for Peace. Well, Mothers for Peace was led by Hennepin County Sheriff Richard Senek and myself, a Voice of East African Women. We were doing this program to prevent the violence for the youth, for the African immigrants, African Americans, but specifically the African immigrants. This pilot that we did for Mothers for Peace, we did that model. We got invited for the sheriff, Hennepin County Sheriff and Voice of East African Women in Texas and California and Washington. And I remember former Hennepin County Sheriff himself traveling to those states and advocating for this pilot program. Why I'm saying that to you all here today, the members. that we have to step up to save our communities, to save our youths. Mothers are struggling. And we have a lot of programs that we can create these fundings and this opportunity to prevent this violence. And I'm hoping that especially my friends and Representative Johnson and the Republicans, like I said before, I work with you directly in the support of these bills with Senator Limmer. I worked with him closely, and I worked with you, Representative Johnson and Cornish and Franson and all of that. I'm bringing all those names because you guys met with me in the past in person, and I wish we could do that today, but we cannot do that because we got to Zoom everything.
Fahia, we're gonna have to get to a close, but please.
I just want to say to you, House File 723, it speaks the heart of the community, and then you guys have in front of you the language. And I hope you support this bill. And I thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for your work and your persistence over the years and for your wisdom as well. Representative Thompson, we have just a few seconds. I do have Representative Lucero. I'm going to call on him and then I'm going to move to lay your bill over. We will continue this conversation once we bring it back up. Representative Lucero, very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to get some last minute details here in the question. When I'm looking at, since we're short on time, I don't have time to obviously ask all my questions, so I'll just limit it to 2, and I can ask both questions at once, so I don't have to go back and forth. My mouse keeps jumping back to the bottom. I'm trying to scroll up here. So when I'm looking at the definition of targeted area, the targeted area is defined as in the area with the most recent census, then but then it says, and it has to have a poverty rate of 20%. So my first question is, why the and there? And what, since the census is being specifically directed to the most recent census, but the poverty rate, at least as far as I can see here, there's no parameters or definition as to what data would be used to define what the 20% threshold is for the poverty. So that's the first question. The second question is, can the bill author clarify what the amount of the appropriation is in this bill? Because when I read further down, and because my mouse was finagling there, I've lost the line number, but it says that the grant award must be a minimum of $1 million if I saw it. So again, what is the total amount of the bill? Because if each grant is $1 million, I'm just trying to decipher how many awards of $1 million grants can there be in total under the bill?
Representative, I can do the second question very quickly because Mr. Johnson laid that out. It's $15 million a year for each year, which then builds us into the base. Representative Thompson, to the first question very quickly, then I'm going to move to lay this bill over.
Chair, I honestly didn't even understand the first question.
I think it has to do with the use of what data set to use in the census, cost referencing with poverty rates. It seems to me that it's a pretty technical question that could easily be worked out and figured out. There is unfortunately a connection between, all the research tells us, social research, that there is a connection between communities that experience poverty and high rates of crime. That's not a shame or a put down of people in those communities. It's just a objective analysis of what happens in those geographic areas.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just rephrase the question then, just for clarity purposes.
Representative Lucero, I'm afraid we're not going to have time to do that. I would encourage you and Representative Thompson to have this conversation. I think it's a fair one in terms of the data. We want to get as good direction as possible going forward. I just don't have time at this point. And so with that, I want to thank you, Representative
Chair Mariani, I do have a question for you on this bill.
Ms. Khalif and Ms. Castillo, Representative Johnson, I don't have the time. We're going to lay this over. We will have the time to have questions at that time when the bill comes up before us. The chair then lays over House File 723 as amended. Representative Gomez, House File 1354. The chair moves to refer House File 13, slow down, Carlos. House File 1354 to the Ways and Means Committee. Our intent is also to lay this over for possible inclusion. It has big overlaps with the bill that we just heard, but we wanted to give an opportunity for the advocates for that particular provision to speak very, very briefly. Representative Gomez, welcome to the committee. The chair refers House File 1354 Ways and Means. As I said, we're going to lay this over. Representative Gomez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it real brief. House File 1354 is a $2 million appropriation in fiscals 22 and 23 for community-based responses to violence. The funds would run through the OJP. $500,000 is appropriated directly to the YMCA, and another the other 1.5 million is for grants. Starting on line 1.12, you can see a description of the type of work that 1354 is designed to fund. But with respect to the committee's time, I would just conclude my remarks and turn it over to the testifiers.
All right, so I have one testifier, Mr. Al Flowers from SafeStreets. Welcome. Mr. Flowers, always good to see you. I'm going to ask you, sir, to be as brief as possible. And then there is an amendment, Representative Gomez. Once Mr. Flowers is done, then we'll speak, we'll act on the amendment. Mr. Flowers, please identify yourself for the record and give us your very brief and no doubt brilliant testimony here today. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have two testifiers. Alicia Smith is supposed to go after me whatever time permitted. But I'm gonna jump right up and thank the committee for hearing us talk about Minnesota Safe Street. It's a collective impact network working with the YMCA, and it's about us working with law enforcement. It's a thing that we're doing, working with the support of Chief Arredondo. It's about unity and community mediation team that's working to come up with results to try to see how we can build better relationship within the African-American community. A lot of people speak for the African-American community, but I can say our faith-based organization, our NAACPs, our Urban League, none of us are about abolishing, dismantling, defunded. We're about trying to come up with a solution. And the reason we need that solution, just in last year after George Floyd was killed, we had over 600 shots fired, 56 murders in Minneapolis. We had 34 in St. Paul, 200 people shot. We had 4,000 shots fired in Minneapolis or more, and over 2,000 in St. Paul. We don't get our voice heard. We get an opportunity to come before this committee to talk about Bill 1354, and we're asking bipartisan support because this is what the ADOS, African American community, know, that if we don't come up with the solution ourselves to hold us accountable, as we have to hold the police departments accountable all over, then we're not going to survive in this area. With this, if I'm asking for support of Minnesota Safe Street Bill 1354, I support what Carlos Representative Mariani is doing with his bill, because it could sustain what we're trying to do with Minnesota Safe Street. And I say our partnership with the YMCA and a collective group like A Mother's Love, who's a leader, executive founder, is a ex-former police sergeant in Minneapolis. We Push for Peace, our faith base in Salem, Inc., and Mickey Frost St. Paul and the God Squad, all these organizations that came together to bring a collective impact and work on the same common goal to try to stop the violence within our community. So while everybody else might be focused on the attention of what police, we are for police reform. We're not for abolishment, dismantle, defund, and I want this legislator to know it. I'm glad to have this opportunity to say what our community wants, and we want to build a relationship that we can live with. We are dying under this, with, like I said, with the 600 deaths in Minneapolis, 600 shot victim, and 85–90% is African-American in Minneapolis and in St. Paul. 50-some murders after the Floyd trial, and nobody speaks up on it. And I must say this, Chairman Mariani, 6 African-American women shot in the city of Minneapolis. 2 women were pregnant, 2 died, and 2 got shot in other areas of their body. and nobody has spoke up on behalf of my community about 6 African-American women shot. And everybody on this committee knows if that happened in the white community, the Asian community, the Latino community, the Native, the East African community, there would be an outcry for some support. So that's what I'm doing today. Look at our Bill 1354. We sent a presentation to every committee member, and you should look at our presentation and pull this out. This is a collective effort with Chief Arredondo, who's fully supporting it, and we need support from the legislature. I don't know how this is going to play out, but Representative Mariani said we would have a hearing. So I'm looking forward to getting back to y'all. I don't know how the process works, whether it's too late, but we are dying in our cities. It's been raping going on at our parks, and we are against that. And we're going to fight back, and we need your support at the legislature to make this happen. Minnesota Safe Street, Bill 1354. And if I could turn it over to Alicia to wrap up, Representative, I appreciate it. And thank you for the time.
Mr. Flowers, for a very passionate and powerful testimony. Ms. Alicia Smith, if you can come forward, and we are pressed for time. We're going to lay this bill over as we then construct our omnibus bill. It'd be my intention that we fold in these elements into that bill. Ms. Smith, please come forward and give us a very brief testimony.
All right, thank you. Well, first, thank you all for having me and allowing me the opportunity to testify. I will continue to reiterate what Mr. Flowers has said in relation to House File 1354 for Minnesota Safe Streets and the importance of the bill. As we talk about laying it over, I think it's important that people take an opportunity to look it over and take a look at the collective impact that it has on the community, and also the crime rate and the amount of shooting victims that we've seen across both Minneapolis and St. Paul. This is a statewide initiative with the emphasis starting here in the city, where we are seeing such great disparities in the people that are shot and killed on a daily basis. Here we are on March 26th, and we have 13 murder victims so far in this year. And so that is alarming in and of itself. And Safe Streets doesn't just address the crime, it addresses the trauma and the employment and the housing, all of those things that go into why people find themselves searching out other alternatives to making a living or surviving, albeit unhealthy. So again, I would just reiterate the importance, if you have time, to take a look over the bill, take a look at the work that we're proposed to do, and it certainly complements the great partnerships of some previous bills that have been mentioned. And so I would leave with that. We would look forward to having our hearing sometime later to get this work move forward and get an appropriation from our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And I want to also extend my appreciation of having worked with you over the last few years for being a powerful voice for citizen involvement, particularly African-American communities, to be part of the solutions to keep our communities safe. Thank you. There is a, Representative Gomez, there is a DE2 amendment. Is anyone offering the DE2 amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will offer the DE2.
Representative Lucero moves adoption of DE2 amendment. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would ask for a roll call.
And there's a roll call that asks. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I appreciate Representative Gomez. I think you and I and the testifiers, we share the concern about safe neighborhoods. We certainly, the rise in violent crime, it's just something that nobody should have to live with. It obviously has a very negative impact on quality of life, and we definitely want to fight that. One of the concerns I have with the bill before us, members, is that the definitions, I think, can be tightened up. For example, some of the groups that would receive this, the funds, the grant programs, it just says eligible organizations. And I think there's an opportunity for us to tighten that up, as well as be more definitive in the objectives and which types of violent crime we're seeking to fight, to combat and reduce in these neighborhoods. So what this amendment seeks to do is appropriate $2 million in each of 2 years, so $4 million total, and specifically gives it the funds now to be awarded through or used through the Violent Crime Coordinating Council, because they are a group that was specifically tasked for this. And then some of the more definitive objectives are drug trafficking, carjacking, human trafficking, and gang violence. And these are things that we've seen headlines all summer long ever since the defund the police movement has arisen. These are the types of crimes that have, again, skyrocketed. And we certainly don't want these things. Again, drug trafficking, carjacking, human trafficking, and gang violence. So members, I would ask for a green vote on this DE amendment. Thank you.
Very well. Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lucero, for bringing forward this amendment. So the violent crime enforcement teams that are supported through the Office of Justice Programs, just as the SafeStreets initiative would be, are actually multi-jurisdictional law enforcement task forces that address sort of some of the issues that Representative Lucero outlines in his DE. So it really completely changes the bill. It takes out all of the, this is a bill that funds community-based responses to violence. It completely changes the bill. It takes out kind of all the specifics about what the program would do. And so, I guess I just would suggest that if Representative Lucero wants to bring forward a bill that appropriates dollars to the violent crime enforcement teams, that he does that in a freestanding bill rather than a DE amendment that completely changes the community's approach to this issue.
Very well. I do see other members. Is this to the DE2 amendment? Anyone? No. Representative Lucero, then we'll move to a vote. Representative Lucero.
Sorry, on mute. I just ask for your green vote. I think we share that the common objective of quality of life and reducing crime in the neighborhoods. And I just think there's a better way we can do it. So I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Very well. Representative Lucero moves adoption of the DE2 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mariani.
No.
Chair Mariani, nay. Vice Chair Frazier.
No.
Vice Chair Frazier, nay. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
No.
Representative Edelson, nay. Representative Feist.
Nay.
Representative Feist, nay. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins.
Nay.
Representative Hollins, nay. Representative Hewitt.
No.
Representative Hewitt, nay. Representative Cleaborn.
No.
Representative Cleaborn, nay. Representative Long.
No.
Representative Long, nay. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
Aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
No.
Representative Pinto, nay. Representative Poston.
Aye.
Representative Poston, aye. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
No.
Representative Vang, nay. Representative Zhang.
No.
Representative Zhang, nay. That concludes roll call with 8 ayes and 11 nays.
Okay, with 8 ayes and 11 nays, the motion does not prevail. The DE2 amendment is not adopted. Representative, I see 3 members. Representative Long, very quickly, members. We're laying this over.
I'll be extremely brief. I just wanted to thank Representative Gomez for bringing this bill forward, and Ms. Smith and Mr. Flowers for their hard work in community to try to keep our communities safe. We know these programs work. I've seen them work in our communities, and so I'm just grateful for this common sense solution to be brought to our committee.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I hope you remember that about a year ago, well, a little more than a year ago, I made the same plea to the mayor of Minneapolis to listen to your law enforcement committee, your chief of police, and their pleas for the right amount of officers to protect a city of this size. And now you have your citizens. And I told them, please listen to your citizens. Stop putting them in danger. You've heard testifiers today talking about the rise in violent crime, people dying on a regular basis. Why? Because the mayor and the city council will not listen to the cries for help from their citizens and from their police force. Now, you say that you want to help the communities, Representative Gomez, then work with Representative Lucero, please. Get these things organized. Get these people the help they need and that they're crying out for. They need help, and they don't need it next year.
All right. Very well. Thank you, Representative Grosso. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Representative Gomez, members, I keep bringing this question up in a lot of these bills with grants in them. One thing that we always do, and what I'm noticing that the percentage that it should be listed in there, how much they get for administrative costs, how much the grant recipient needs for administrative costs. Generally in the OJP programs, it's 2.5%. The other day, it was in, I believe it was I can't remember which one wanted 4%. Generally in the Department of Public Safety, it's 5%. Can you tell me what percent you plan to use that can be used for administration in these actually $4 million grants over the next 2 years? And it was the same question I was going to ask on the $30 million grant from the last bill.
Representative Johnson, you may want to ask your other question very quickly because I'm going to lay this bill over in a few minutes.
Okay. And the other question is just the last two bills for you, Chair Mariani, is $34 million, which is actually over 50% of your target. I'm just wondering what your plans are and how you can manage to pull this off.
Representative Johnson, my plan is to meet our target. It's going to be hard. Representative Gomez to the administrative cost question, and then I'll follow that up with just very quick words of advice, and then we'll be laying the bill over. Representative Gomez.
Mr. Chair, if there needs to be specific language added to this bill about the administrative costs, it's the bill's being laid over and we can deal with that as we move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee.
Any further comments on your bill?
No, I just appreciate your support and for hearing it.
Always good to see you. Thank you, Representative Gomez. With that, members, the chair lays over House File 1354. We did not amend it. House File 1354 for possible inclusion in the committee's omnibus bill. With that, we have House File 2349, Chair Becker-Finn. Chair Becker-Finn, welcome to the committee. The chair moves to refer House File 2349 to the General Register. Pretty important bill, Chair Becker-Finn. Look forward to your testimony.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to bring you today House File 2349, which is the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act, which is part of the governor's revised budget, and I am proud to be the one sharing it with you today. This proposal is a new approach that allows eligible people committed to the Commissioner of Corrections to earn early release and earned supervision abatement by successfully completing goals identified in their individualized rehabilitation plans. The money saved is then reinvested in 4 ways: supportive services for crime victims, supervision by counties and by the Department of Corrections, treatment and prevention programming across the state and in our prisons, and the proposal would also give 1/4 of the money saved back to the general fund. We know that one size does not fit all for individuals impacted by our criminal justice system, and that's why we fundamentally need to change the way we think about corrections. In order to get the best outcomes for everyone, safer prisons for residents and staff, lower rates of recidivism, successful community reintegration, better victim and public safety, we must tailor our approach to each individual's specific needs and risks. So at its core, this act is about moving from measuring success not by the time a person spends in prison, but how they spend their time. In other words, this is a complete game changer and much needed evidence-based reform. It is also about following evidence-based strategies to ensure people transform behaviors, because over 95% of those who are sentenced to prison will be returning as our neighbors and community members. Nationwide, 38 states have fairness policies that allow for earned release. They have proven that earned release policies improve outcomes while also saving states millions of dollars. Missouri, with a similar policy, saw its prison population decline by 18% with no impact on recidivism rates. And Maryland is currently on track to save $80 million during its first decade after implementing a similar policy. This budget smart approach is good for our economy too. People with reduced sentences are able to participate in the economy and contribute to their family and communities even earlier. The reality, Mr. Chair and members, is that we cannot continue to incarcerate our way out of the problems facing our communities. The justice system should not be about punishment or retribution, and all the data and all the research that we have shows the same thing. We actually ensure better public safety when we give people the resources and opportunities they need to succeed, and incentives work. As a prosecutor, I have spent a lot of time thinking about the gravity of what it means to restrict someone's physical liberty. At a base level, it impacts a person's humanity and should only be used as a tool when absolutely necessary, not the long-term default answer to holding people accountable for their actions. On a more personal level, I know firsthand what it means when a family member is incarcerated. The impact is not just on that individual, but on their children, their siblings, their parents, their friends, their entire community. Every day that a person is away from their family causes additional trauma for everyone involved. We should not take that lightly. By changing this approach of the one-size-fits-all and letting those who put in the hard work of completing treatment and programming and contributing to bettering themselves and their communities, allowing them to earn earlier release and supervision status, we are recreating a system that is more safe, more fair, and also saves us money. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it over to the Commissioner to go through the actual language in the bill.
Very well, thank you, Chair Becker-Finn. We are behind, and so I'm going to aim for about 1:15 for our time here, which gives us a little over 15 minutes, maybe close to 20 minutes left here. Commissioner, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I'm really excited to be able to walk through this bill with you. I'm going to I know that you have, I believe in front of you and provided was a bill summary, and I'm just going to go very high level through it. The section number 1 amends 244.03 and just really expands the levels of programming that the commissioner must minimally offer, and nothing would prohibit from being able to add more. And many of these things are programs that we do offer. And some of them would be perhaps more individualized as we go forward. Adds section 244.031, which includes that we would conduct a comprehensive, robust needs assessment for each person and develop an individualized program plan. And that would apply to all people in the facilities, those coming in as well as those that are in custody at the time of enactment. It also requires that we would review those goals. It provides victims opportunities to have input with regard to harm, and we must consider that victim input as we develop this plan. And really, it requires us to work with our community advocacy partners to make sure that there are good safety plans in place. Add section 244.032, which speaks specifically to earned incentive release. And this would be release options that would be available to people who complete, and we can measure their completion of their plan objectives. It requires us to establish a broad-based group to develop the policy for earning and forfeiture of earned incentive release. It also requires that we make sure that we are addressing systemic, programmatic gender and racial disparities as we develop this plan. Earned incentive release can be as much as, instead of right now 2/3 would be 67%, would be down to 50%. And I would just remind members that current statute allows the commissioner to use work release and to be able to grant work release at 50% of a fully executed sentence. Adds section 244.033 is the application of the EIR, which then this speaks to that term and how that gets provided. Adds section 244.034, which creates a broad list of exclusions. I will say that this has been an area of concern for some, but these are oftentimes the crimes for which the legislature has acted and restricted people from being able to access early release types of programs. And in some instances, obviously those serving life sentences would be excluded, and people who may have a conditional release term. Specifically, lots of the sex offenses are covered, would be covered in probably a couple of ways, either by statute here, or because most or many of those offenses have a conditional release term on top of their regular sentence. Amends section 244.05 sub 1, which speaks to supervised release and the ways in which we just redefine and talk about restrictive housing, and that the supervised release term ultimately becomes reduced by the EIR credit, the earned incentive release credit. Adds 244.0551, which then speaks to this notion of how we would apply supervision abatement. And I'm going to provide an example of this in a moment, Mr. Chair, but this just speaks to essentially what would happen for every month, for every 2 months of successful compliance with your plan, your supervision plan established by your supervising agent. 1 month could come off the back of your supervision term, which essentially reduces the supervision term by as much as 1/3. That savings then goes into what we're calling an abatement status. It gets held, and you're essentially unsupervised during that term. And if you committed another felony level offense during that time, that ultimately could result in a higher level of sanctioning because you are technically still have a custody status. It further adds section 244.0552, which again creates an opportunity for victim impact, an important component of this. And I think one of the things we've seen is that we believe this program will actually assist our victim assistance efforts by maintaining closer contact with victims as people come into the prison system. 244.0553 requires that notion of victim notification, and we have to fulfill all of the regular statutory requirements established by law presently. 244.0554 authorizes eligibility for supervision abatement status to people who are under interstate compact. Adds section 244.0555, which speaks to this notion of the reinvestment. Reallocation, just another word for reinvestment here, of the earned incentives release savings. That goes into 4 buckets. One of those buckets is creates a relative, overall creates a revenue account. Second, it lays out how those funds that are saved get certified, and then prescribes a manner in which those funds are distributed in 25% buckets, 25% toward crime victims, 25% toward supervised release and intensive supervision types of services, 25% for grants to address what we're saying gap services and crime prevention efforts more broadly. And then 25% goes back to the general fund. And then finally, we have section 244.0556, which establishes a reporting requirement for the commissioner to report to the chairs in the legislature and partners what the program is accomplishing, and as well as information regarding the demographics, who was impacted, what some of the benefits have been, and the dollars and savings that would be realized as a result of earned incentives release. That provides, I think, a really basic high-level overview. And if Mr. Chair, if you would mind, I could provide a very quick example and then open it for questions.
Please.
I think one of the things that this bill provides, and if I can, I'm going to I'll turn to one of the members, or I'll use Representative Long because I see his name up on my screen here. Let's just provide an example, because I think sometimes telling the story is the best way to do this. If Representative Long and I were to be sentenced to prison for 100 months, and we were going to start that prison sentence today, generally speaking, in our term, we would have to do 67 months in custody, 33 months on supervision. And let's just say that we both went through that very robust assessment process. We established this program plan. And when we get in, Representative Long, and this would be fully expected, would go with the program. He would do exactly what he needs to do. He would take advantage of his chemical dependency treatment, mental health treatment, whatever those issues were, some education programs that ultimately builds up his vocational skills. And at the end of the day, because of that, he ends up in a place where he maintains that eligibility for release at 50 months in this case. I, on the other hand, not only don't do well, I create some problems. I stay in prison for that full 67 months. I maintain the benefit of a determinant system, which our state has and is proud to have. So there is a guardrail there, but I have not demonstrated, I have not earned what's necessary in order for me to realize that early release. In this particular case, Representative Long, because he's doing well and because he's fully engaged with the space community or whatever kind of positive pro-social supports he may have in the community, he continues that progress and demonstrating his skills in the community. And so for every 2 months, he realizes that opportunity of 1 month off the end. So by the time he's done, he has saved 11 months of supervision time. I, on the other hand, am engaged with that system for the entire 100 months. Now, here's the part where it becomes, I think, important. Today, what happens is whether Representative Long does really well and I do really poorly, we are going to walk out of prison on the same day. We, as a state, are going to spend the same amount of resources on two people that represent very real differences in terms of our risk to our communities, our risk to create new victims, and ultimately just the broad and general risk to public safety. And what we should do is find a way. This is how we do the business of redemption. And I would just say, members, that this is really not a partisan issue. You can look at even during the last, President Trump was in office, he signed the First Step Act, and that went into place where the United States Congress, both sides of the aisle came together and established a way forward. I would also point out that many conservative, highly conservative groups have backed and invest money from a philanthropy standpoint into criminal justice reform. Why do they do that? They do it at the end of the day because they know that we cannot continue to sustain this system, that ultimately we want people to be successful. It is in our best interest for them to become fully active members of our communities, to become contributors and producers and consumers. And so there is that interest. And so this is not a conservative progressive issue. This is an issue of we get to have the opportunity to advance public safety by providing really high quality rehabilitation services, and at the same time have dollars to invest in supporting victims of crime in ways that we haven't before. We have the opportunity to invest in the kinds of needs that community supervision has. We get to invest in crime prevention efforts, and we get to put money back in the taxpayer's pocket, back into the general fund. And to me, that's smart. We're actually producing better public safety outcomes. at a reasonable cost through this notion of reinvestment, which is really essentially reallocation. So as Representative Becker-Finn pointed out, it is not about it and should not be about the amount of time, but how that time was spent. And I do not minimize the importance of accountability in this. And I don't think that this is not about, this is not a program that's about early release strictly. This is not about reducing prison population. This is about providing the opportunity, real, viable, measurable opportunity for people in our system to experience the opportunity for rehabilitation and have that incentivized. That's what this is about. This is smart policy for Minnesota, and it's smart business as well. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the illustration as well. It's a powerful idea, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to work with you to shape this up going forward. All right, so we've got a few minutes for questions and comments. I'm going to ask members to be as concise as possible. I'm also going to limit you to one question if it's a question, because I want to make sure that your colleagues also get a chance to weigh in. We'll begin with Representative Poston.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. Commissioner Schnell, just a quick question for you. If the DOC Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act is so important, and I believe it is, why was it introduced to the House on the 22nd and to the Senate yesterday?
Commissioner.
Why did we wait so long?
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I will tell you that we have spent countless hours working on this bill. Just the amount of hours we've spent, we went back and forth working with MMB on the financial elements of this and how we measure this has been really comprehensive. We've talked to many members. I've had many conversations with many members of this committee on both sides, as well as in both bodies. And it was not because we wanted to wait till now. We wanted to get this out as quickly as we could, but we wanted to cross our I's, dot our T's, have conversations with stakeholders across the spectrum, and we've done that. And we're here as it's included in the governor's budget bill.
And sometimes I know that that need to connect with lots of stakeholders will certainly slow you down. I have had some conversations with you about this in the last few months, and I know some other members have as well. Representative Poston, your question is a good question, though.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair Mariani.
Thank you, Representative Poston. Representative Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank Representative Becker-Finn for this great bill. It's a really good bill, and I really appreciate it. My question is to the commissioner. I know he used the word reallocation quite a few times, but in looking at the bill with 2 facilities doing intake and the requirement for new comprehensive assessments and individualized plans, I'm concerned about making sure you have the resources to be successful in this work. So I'm curious about the fiscal impact and if case workers will need to be hired. And in that same vein, the same thing is happening with risk assessment and community notification division. Presumably this will require some work, and I'm curious about the fiscal impact on staff time. Again, making sure that you have the resources to be successful. Could you please help me understand how those costs are going to be taken care of? Thank you.
And I suspect, Commissioner, that there's an element of the reinvestment conversation here, but unfortunately, sometimes reinvestment doesn't happen when you need it. So it's kind of a chicken and egg kind of thing. So I don't envy, those who are trying to innovate, in their current financial, structures. But Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Representative Cleveland, great question. I think right now what we are in the midst of doing, our services today are all back end loaded. We go back to the example of the 67 months that the Representative Long and I would have in prison. Probably most of the treatment services are going to be really comprehensively started to be provided, like substance use and other things, at probably 63, 64 months, or a couple of years, I'm sorry, probably around 45 months, so a year or two prior to that release. What we are seeking to do in the agency is move to a front-end loaded system. And so we are using existing resources and applying them at the front end. There are different things that we may have different work that people are doing, but even our risk assessment, we do a number of assessments today. They simply have never been done in a way that they've been comprehensively put together, and never has there been an opportunity for a wraparound, for bringing people who have been involved in that around the person who is the subject of it, so that they have voice in and are a part of creating that plan. So this is really not about changing everything that we do. It is just a way of how we align those services. And we believe that there is the adequate resources for us to do that. There will be a time when we're transitioning, where there's going to be a more difficult time. But we also know that doing this process ultimately will allow us to better manage our resources over the time somebody is incarcerated. So we think that's better. As for risk assessment, we do not believe that they will require any additional resources. Any risk assessment work that gets done automatically would be done whether they got out at 50 months or 67. So that really wouldn't change much. We have a victim services unit that would be engaged in some of the work with the counties, and that unit over time has been shifted, and we've been working with our community partners, but ultimately that's being reconstituted, and we have those dollars already allocated to us, and they will be involved in a lot of that work.
Very helpful, Commissioner. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Schnell. You and I had a very long conversation about this bill and the concept. And I think, I've had conversations for 6 years at least about changing the DOC so it's front-loaded treatment, which I appreciate. This is heavily front-loaded, which is super helpful because it takes people a really long time to change ingrained ideologies and philosophies and all these things. So I love that part. My only question really is, I didn't hear, and I was reading through the bill a little bit and through the summary, I didn't hear a lot about specifically domestic violence treatment. And, I go back maybe 7 or 8 years in my history, and it was something that was of a concern back then. The DOC didn't have a whole lot of treatment for domestic violence in specific terms. And so I'm just wondering if you could just address that, and what do you have now and what do you plan to build out specifically to help with domestic violence offenders? That's my only question.
Great question. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Representative O'Neill, I think we share this concern. I will tell you that we have built in some intimate partner violence treatment services of both our behavioral health side as well as some of our existing treatment programs. We know, and we have known, and are working right now with the Office of Violence Against Women with some technical assistance to develop evidence-based treatment programming for domestic violence perpetrators in the facilities. It has been, there was a project that was done here when I first got here. The research had come back and it did not prove effective. And so we are now working with Office of Violence Against Women to look at some models that have been validated and have been evidence-based and achieve those outcomes.
Representative Adney.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Chair Becker-Finn, I know you want to weigh in, but my clock is tied out. But yeah, I'm going to turn to you at the very end. So hang on to that thought, please. Representative Adney.
Thank you, Chair Mariani. Just a clarification from you to start with. Is this being laid over or voted on?
We are. It's a good question. We're going to be laying this over.
All right. And then my next question is for Chair Becker-Finn. The terminology statute changed from inmate to incarcerated person. What's the methodology behind that?
Chair Becker-Finn, you must have paid someone off to ask you a question to get in here. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Otney. There are a couple places in the in the bill where we're just updating some language to kind of reflect, current ways of viewing people. And, I think that's all that is. There's a couple other places where there's, we're slightly tweaking the language to just update it. Instead of using segregation, we use restrictive housing, a couple places like that. So as long as we're changing things in this statute area, just cleaning up some of those as well.
Very well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Novotny. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Commissioner Schnell. I do think this is an important bill. Representative Becker-Finn, thank you for bringing it. I think we may be able to save some lives with this bill. But to that point, if we can't, I understand why we need to have this in legislation. It's more permanent. I appreciate that. But if we can't get this into legislation, if we don't make that happen, are there things you can do with your statutory rulemaking ability to make some of this happen?
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Representative Frazier, I think it's a great question. We want to make sure that what we do reflects a good policy. We are moving to front-end load services. We are moving to be more rehabilitative. We are moving to create more fair internal processes around discipline. All of those things that we feel are critical to achieving better outcomes and actually having people feel like the Department of Corrections, while we have a core function of creating the safety in those facilities, and for in some instances, we all know that there are people that represent real risks to our communities, but many of them, in fact, a large percentage of them are people who they messed up. They did something and they're serving at a level of accountability. At the end of the day, they are coming back. And if they are coming back, we want them to come back well. And so we want to use every bit of that authority to be able to achieve this. And we think we can be smart about it. I also think that it's really important that we come here to the policymakers and bring it. But we will make sure that what we are doing and delivering is really sound, good policy, good correctional policy to achieve better outcomes as we go forward. And I can commit to you that that will be my objective in the time I'm in this role.
Thank you, Commissioner. We certainly look to you and to your department for guidance on that. And I absolutely do believe that our first posture should always be that the two branches work tightly, reinforcing with one another. It broadens the ownership and, gives, when it comes to innovation and reform, an opportunity to be successful. At the same time, there are reasons why legislatively through statute, we've created the ability for our commissioners to take strong steps guided by, hopefully, guided by good social evidence-based practices. So I appreciate your leadership on that. Very well. We'll conclude with Representative Johnson, then we'll move to lay this over. Oh, and then we'll hear from the chair, and then we'll conclude to lay this over. Representative Johnson. Representative, you might be muted, Representative Johnson.
I apologize. I've
quite all right.
Been a long time on Zoom. Chair Mariani, Commissioner Schnell, members. I have some concerns on this bill, but one of the big concerns I have is I actually originally heard this proposal back on January 21st at the MICA meeting that the Commissioner Schnell was laying this out on. That was back almost 3 months ago now, or two months ago, almost getting the 2.5 months. And the bill was not entered until the 22nd after deadline. There's a lot of policy issues in this. I know we're laying this over, and I'm sure this is going to be part of the omnibus bill. We do not have a lot of time to go through this. We haven't had a lot of time to actually digest it with all the committee hearings that we've been having this week after deadline with a lot of policy issues. But one thing I'm wondering There's a list of crimes that are ineligible, but there's some that are not listed on this in this list that carry a mandatory minimum sentence. With this proposal, those that have a mandatory minute, are they going to be allowed to be released early if they participate in this program? Commissioner Snow?
Commissioner Snow, and then we'll move to Chair Becker-Finn before we lay this over. Commissioner Snow.
Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, generally that is not the case. We would use the policy framework on those mandatory minimums that we apply to the challenge incarceration program, which has been a longstanding program in Minnesota that's been legislatively established, and that has also achieved incredible outcomes by through the use of incentives. And so there are some mechanisms where certain offenses may be able to be involved or included because of those mandatory minimums. But generally speaking, no. And I will just would add that, for many people, these are some of the concerns that some of the stakeholders have, is that if we're really talking about rehabilitation as having the benefit to public safety, then why would we exclude certain people from this? And so, to your point about hearing this in January, we've been talking about this for months, and there's, as the Chair Mariani pointed out, there's been a lot of work, a lot of input, a lot of trying to work through some of these really complex issues. And so I appreciate that comment. And we certainly would be willing to work with you on some of that language. These are the offenses that, generally speaking, have been included, or we found very specific language excluding them from early release programs.
Chair Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for the questions. As far as the timing, I just want to bring up, there, on top of sort of the revisor issues that we've had this year, I can tell you that I introduced this bill as soon as I was physically able to put that paper in the hopper. As well, it's sort of that push and pull. Do you want to introduce something when the language isn't quite right yet and have the not ready for prime time discussion, or do you want to have the language good and solid when we move the bill? And that was the decision that we made. I will also note that it is very unique what's happening here with the finance piece, with specifically reinvesting the savings, and that was another sort of tricky piece to getting the language figured out and to a place where all those involved in the drafting process were comfortable that this was good language that is ready to become law. And so I just want to bring that forward. We're here today having the hearing and discussing it with you. And then I did want to address the comment of Representative O'Neill. She and I have worked together on domestic violence issues since I was first started here in the legislature. And I also want to emphasize the importance of that front loading of the services. As a prosecutor, I often felt that, one of the most important things in a domestic violence case was that when somebody is taken into custody and removed from the situation, that there is the opportunity to disrupt that cycle. And honestly, it drove me crazy on the prosecution side to have disrupted that cycle. They go to prison and then nobody deals with those issues for years. I mean, it totally counterintuitive and not productive. And so I think the funds saved in this bill will also help us to come up and fund more programs to meet those needs as well. And so it's a good bill, and I appreciate the discussion and members' comments, and hope to have your support moving forward. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time today.
Becker-Finn, it is a good bill. The speaker the other day, by the way, when I was speaking with her about this break we're getting, she looked at me and she says, "I hope you don't think you're getting a break during the break." And, it's like, oh, I mean, I'm sure the commissioner will be available, and you and others, for all of us. I'll certainly be calling you. I want to encourage all members to do that on this and so many of the other bills as well. Thank you for bringing us this bill. The chair lays over House File 2349 for possible inclusion in our committee's omnibus bill. With that, members, we now move to the governor's budget presentation. And I believe, Commissioner, you all are up first here. So you don't need to go anywhere.
Thank you again. I will promise I will leave you when this is done and I've answered your questions. I'm going to just very quickly, I'm going to share my screen here and
Please
pull up a PowerPoint. Hopefully I am sharing.
looks good.
All right. And all right, I will promise I will go through this quickly. I do have some people on board here that can help as we need it if we get into some details, things that people have questions about. There are some.
We'll let you be the traffic cop on that.
All right, good. Just again, I've covered much of this with you. This gives you a sense. The DOC, I would just say, is the third largest agency in the state enterprise with a total agency budget of in fiscal 21 of $632 million and over 4,200 staff. Many of you have seen this, where our facilities are located and what their capacity is across the system. But it just is here to give you some perspective. Our facilities run in age from roughly 25 to 30 years old up to more than 120 years old. Our roles, we've talked about many of these areas, but we provide health care to those who are incarcerated, treatment, transition planning, reentry services, provide education to those who are incarcerated, inspect and license county jails, which I've talked with you about before, approve CCA and CPO funding, as well as provide correctional supervision in a variety of Minnesota counties. When you look at where our money comes from, you can see that we don't have a vast variety of sources. 97% of our budget is derived from the general fund. And the remaining comes from a small amount of grants and other types of sources. When we break down the divisions, and I talked just briefly about this, 3 basic program divisions that the legislature funds, that being the correctional institution side is the largest chunk, community services, which includes probation, reentry, risk assessment, and community notification, and a variety of those sources, and then operations support, which is a lot of the centralized services. And it gives you a breakdown of both the FTEs as well as how the dollars are distributed. We look for this whole notion of when we think about our services, we provide pass-through funding for of our budget is a chunk of that, with direct services being 88% of our overall service delivery, and 12% outside of that. And it gives you a sense of our costs and how they are broken down across our service delivery. The second symbol there, without pass-through. When you look at our cost per day, this gives you a breakdown essentially of what the cost per day is of having somebody in our facility. And when we were talking about the last policy proposal, I'm going to talk about this in a moment, but when you start to add up a marginal per diem, which is a smaller amount of this, some of the direct costs related in savings, you can see that that something like the Rehabilitation Act could save upwards of $10 million a year, $20 million over a biennium. Again, broken into those 25% buckets, it becomes a substantial amount of money. In the revised budget, these are the areas that we're covering, and I'll talk about each of them really briefly, but this just gives you a sense overall. And we have an operating adjustment. This is one of the largest areas of request. This is allows us to keep up with our funding obligations for our staffing in already negotiated contracts. And you can see that this would have, if we did not have this funding, it would be have a significant impact, a loss of 84 FTEs in FY22 and nearly 170 in FY23. From the information technology, this speaks to dollars that get invested in this. We have, as any large operative state enterprise, we have a large number of applications that we operate, as well as workstations across the agency. On one of the bills that the House has heard separately was a request for to modernize the juvenile justice data repository. You can see that the request is 1.66 in FY22 and 660,000 in FY23. And this allows us to track that data across the system from a variety of different points of contact with young people. On the facilities side, you can see that there is this really is the jail inspections and enforcement unit that this funding is specifically for. This, as you know, and as you heard, this committee heard, you had the opportunity to hear from Ms. Perry, as well as Mr. Huber, who both of them who lost children in one of Minnesota's county jails. And this really relates back to our ability, our need to provide better oversight. And again, we've worked with the Sheriff's Association to develop some of that language and update that statutory authority, which has been 45 years since it was substantively revised. And I would also point out that this includes work around an OLA audits, and that would include also inspections of DOC facilities. And we've been working with Representative Johnson and others on a bill that I think would reflect some interest and input that we greatly value and look forward to continuing to develop with you, Representative Johnson. A Healthy Start Act, of which that policy bill was before you previously. This is, well, that policy bill as a standalone is something would grant us the authority and allow us to move toward planning around Healthy Start and being able to move a small number out of pregnant moms out into this programming. What this additional appropriation, $200,000 annually over the biennium, would allow for us to really more broadly have women access these programs and develop those resources across our state. And again, we talked a little bit about this and the importance of the Healthy Start Act and what it means. And when we start to look at the fact that the vast majority of these women are giving birth, 76% within a year of their release date anyway. And so being able to provide for and address their needs and the needs of their babies becomes, I think, a critical interest of our state when we think about reduction of adverse childhood experiences. And we know how much separation of babies and their moms is by way of adverse childhood experience. We've talked separately from a policy standpoint about this indeterminate sentence release board, parole board to consider life cases. You can see it's a small budget request of $40,000 annually. And really what this is to provide that basic level of needing compensation to the other impaneled experts that would be brought in to serve on that indeterminate sentence review board. I'm not going to speak to this too much. I know the ombudsman is I think, planning to talk about this, but all this is a separation of ombuds dollars from the DOC budget so that there is clarity. And I'll let Mark talk more about that. From our operating reduction standpoint, you can see that we have about a $4.3 million reduction over the biennium. This is to our central operations. And this really results from some renegotiation of our healthcare contract due to our lower population that we've experienced through the pandemic as a result of the courts primarily, and reducing our footprint of lease space here at the central office. And then some organizational restructuring that will ultimately flatten the current organizational structure and create this person-centered kind of approach, a front-end loaded, person-centered approach to service delivery within the agency. Prison population reduction, and I would point out to you that this is really the whole notion of the fact that we continue to project population. That gets done between the DOC as well as the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And this reduces some of our costs because of anticipated reductions in population. And this is a direct cost reduction, dropping about $16 million, just a little over that, over the biennium. And so this does not impact our staff so much. Staffing, this is really more about direct cost reductions. That is the result of the population reduction, and that includes the projection going forward. Minnesota, we talked about this, the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. While it is cost neutral at present, I would point out that when fully implemented, as again, we believe that it would create result in savings of about $10 million annually, $20 million biannually, which would be broken down then at $5 million would go back into state coffers should we this provision pass. That's where I think it has the positive budget impact. And also helps us meet some of the community needs. We also have a one-time increase in county. This is pass-through dollars. This is pass-through dollars to our Community Corrections Act and county probation officer partners. And one of the pieces that is in the bill language is that we have been working together with those partners. We know that there has been a long-standing, decades-long standing challenge around the fact that we have a three-pronged delivery system for supervision services and three different mechanisms for funding those systems. One of the things that's included in this is that we did this funding included a 2% increase and no cuts to any of the partners. And would also then bring together a group of people from the Association of Minnesota Counties, CCA and CPO and DOC to develop a policy proposal that we would bring back to you before the next legislative session to allow you all to put in place, hopefully, a policy that will allow all the counties and the DOC and everyone to have a kind of clear sight lines, generally speaking, in terms of how we're going to fund the state's obligation for supervision services across our state. The probation services in general, this really is a no-cost proposal. There is a couple of counties that are moving to DOC, or in one case, Renville County is wants to add an agent in a county that we provide some services. Those dollars, instead of right now in the statute, go back to the general fund, but we have to be able to provide these services. So it's no dollar, it's a no dollar cost increase, but it does allow the DOC to provide the staffing for those agents in the counties that ultimately transition to the Department of Corrections for supervision services. And Mr. Chair, that is our budget overview.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very well done and very concise. So with that, we have time for a few questions and comments. We'll begin with Representative Abney and Representative Johnson.
Thanks, Chair Mariani. Commissioner Snell, I realize it wasn't under your administration. The question I have, I couldn't see any lines in here on the Officer Gomes issue. Is there money in here that I missed, or has that not been addressed?
Commissioner Schnell.
Mr. Chair, Representative Novotny, are you talking about settlement? Was that the settlement?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Representative Novotny?
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Schnell.
Mr. Chair, no, there is not. This is a challenging situation, difficult in the sense that there is a statutory single remedy for the handling of these cases as it is. And there really is not a mechanism, and there is a concern on the part of many, including the legal side, that we're circumventing the requirements for the state that could create precedent. Now, again, I understand and I feel that sense of obligation to the Gom family as well. And yet I think the question really becomes, what is the remedy that is provided in state law today? And really, in addition to in Officer Gom's case, different than it would be if it was a different type of employee, that in Officer Gom's case, there was both the provision of workers' comp, which would be the standard exclusive remedy, but in Minnesota, correctional officers are included in the public safety officer death benefit program, both at the state level and at the federal level.
Very well. Representative Abdi, you're good?
Thank you, Chair Mariani.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani, Commissioner Schnell, you brought up one issue that is very concerning to me as well, and that's our local probation officers that the state is supposed to provide 50% of the cost. Right now, on average, we're about at just over 29%, and a 2% increase that you proposed doesn't even cover costs, the inflationary cost completely. I'm just wondering how you're going to work out and to get that back where it belongs at 50%, which is required by statute. So that's a big burden on our local property taxpayers that are covering the costs that the states are obligated to pay. And it's been going on for decades. I personally like the three-tier system because the counties and the local jurisdictions can take a program that works best for them. In fact, our local county probation officers actually come up with very innovative and well-working programs that actually work in the state actually end up using because they do work so well.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, I'm 100% in agreement with you. I believe the county should have a choice. The statute does allow that. I think that the issue of how we fund when we have three separate systems with three separate funding mechanisms, and we today can't address the fact that there is profound inequities in our system that result in justice by geography, because you can go to some areas of our state where there is many more resources around supervision and support. And you can go to other areas of our state where if you have a problem or a relapse, you end up going back to prison. And I think this is one of the things that I think we, and I will say that as a system, I don't want to speak for the CCA counties. I know that they would, and CPO, they would all like to make sure that we're fully funding. And I believe that, and I believe we should do that. But we have to find a way to do this in a way that's equitable and fair and reasonable. And that's what this work group is going to do. And that's included in this budget bill language that you're seeing. And we think that that's the solution. And we'll come to you in the midterm here, midpoint, and present a policy, hopefully that we develop collectively that will set a course for the next budget year, the next budget preparation cycle that will ultimately reflect that fairness that I think you and I and all of us want to see happen in our supervision system across the state.
Yeah, I would concur, Commissioner, and I do think Representative Johnson's question is fair and appropriate. It is our standing, statutory expectation. And
Chair Mariani.
And this is a good opportunity, for us to do that deep dive and even test whether or not those assumptions of that should continue, should change. It may well be we'll decide to continue it, but I think this is a good moment in our history to do that careful deliberation and just make sure that we've got all sorts of stakeholders at the table when that happens. Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani. Yeah, the system that we have actually works very well. The systems that are working the best are not the state-run program. It's the locally run. They work the best. Granted, they have issues with actually, especially when you get out in the greater parts of Minnesota, they don't have the service that you have in the metro area. The programs, they're jammed up because the shortage of availability in greater Minnesota, we're always going to have that issue. So our locals have found other ways to do that, and it does work. The problem is we are statutorily required to provide 150% of the cost. We are not doing that. We're at 29%. We need to fix that, and we need to fix that now. We have an opportunity with over $4 billion with the federal money coming in to fix that problem. Now is the time to do it.
All right, Representative O'Neill, you have the final word, comment, question, and then we'll move on to the three boards. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question back on slide 24, Commissioner Schnell, and it has to do with the Healthy Start Act. You had said that 77% of pregnant women were back into incarceration because of technical violations. And my question is, do you happen to know of those technical violations? Is it because that they have an addictions issue and the concern was now that they're pregnant, this baby would have either fetal alcohol syndrome or some other difficulty because of their addiction? And if so, if that is the case, that they're there because of their addiction and the fear is that now they're going to harm the baby, what's going to be different if they're not going to be incarcerated? And can you just talk about that a little bit? Because that's really concerning. Thanks.
Commissioner Schnell.
Mr. Chair, Representative, it's a great question. And I think, what we do know is that the reasons for revocation are across the board. It could be concerns of relapse. It could be that they aren't making their appointments. It could be that, any number of different technical violations. That said, that, one of the things that we're committed to is making sure that using things like halfway houses or other types of sites across the state that we can develop to make sure that there is adequate supervision as well as services. And we want to be, I think, very similar to the whole notion of the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. We want to be in service intensive, because ultimately we know that works. It pays dividends, and it's going to pay dividends for both the babies and their moms. So that's really the plan, is to utilize those community-based services and invest in that. And again, we do know that some of them could be for relapse purposes, but by no means all of them. I've met a number of them, and there's been a combination. But we would be assuring that the use of these community-based sites for support and supervision is an important part of this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members, I wasn't kidding around. The break is a good time, I think, I don't think the Commissioner's taking a break next week. I hate to do this to you, but, it's a good time now that we've got this all laid out before us to connect with him and his staff and do some good follow-ups, so we're as prepared as possible when we do come back. Commissioner, thank you for your presentation today and for your work.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask another quick follow-up about something else?
I'm sorry, if there's time toward the end, we'll do that, but I do want to get in the other department and the other three boards here before we, at this point. Members, next we have the Department of Correction, the Ombudsman Office, the Corrections Ombudsperson. And so let me, my notes say ombudsman. And, if you all recall, we intentionally struck that. So I'm trying to discipline myself to properly identify the office. But let me call that forward. And following that, we're going to hear from the Sentencing Guidelines Commission and the Post Board. And we're going to do them all three, one after the other. And then when all three are done presenting, then we'll open it up for questions and comments from committee members. So the ombudsperson's office in corrections.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thanks for the chance to tell you about our office a little bit and present our budget. Mr. Chair, yes, the office previously was called the Ombudsman for Corrections. Many of you know that the office ended in 2003, and then the legislature recreated it in 2019. The statutory term is, as you said, ombudsperson. But we're sort of doing business as ombuds, which is a shortened version, a little less unwieldy, and is commonly used in other places. So it's the ombuds for corrections.
I love
ombuds. Thank you. Glad you approve. I am going to share my screen here. If I can find that. There we go. Got a very quick presentation here.
There it is.
All right, let me go to, should have had this set up right. All right.
Very well.
Thank you. So our statutory mission is essentially to improve the administration of corrections. We do that as an independent investigatory entity, and we are independent from the Department of Corrections. I am hired and accountable to the governor. We do this work through taking complaints. Those can come from essentially anyone, from people who are incarcerated, from staff, from the community, from loved ones, from legislators. We have the power to investigate those complaints by accessing any documents or information that the corrections agency holds, entering facilities at any time, and we could even subpoena somebody if we needed to. With those investigations, we can make recommendations, we can publicly report on those recommendations and the findings. And then we also can act as a source of information. We know that, and you know that, navigating any part of the corrections and criminal legal system can be very challenging, and we're trying to act as a resource for that. We have 5 FTEs. We all do some part of this investigation work because we're a small office with a large jurisdiction. We have myself and an assistant ombuds who handles operations and some investigations. And then we have 3 staff that are totally dedicated to investigations. And I'm proud of the diverse background and experience of the staff we've been able to bring on. We have literally decades of experience in law enforcement, corrections, policy work, law, and former incarceration or lived experience. So essentially, the value of the office is that, as Commissioner Schnell stated, the Department of Corrections has the 3rd largest budget in the state. It's a system that confines and controls every aspect of the lives of thousands of people. And so it's important to have some oversight of that, ongoing, consistent oversight. We can help the commissioner and you and others improve that system. And by doing that, we can make our corrections facilities safer for both people who are incarcerated and for the staff who work there. Just a little bit about what we've been up to. I was hired in January of 2020. And as you know, we quickly had a major public health event happen after that. We have a full comprehensive report on our website. I think I did share that with you all early in session. That's our required annual report. If you have more questions about who we are and what we do and what we've done, that's all on our website. Starting a new state office, in normal times is quite a endeavor. The bureaucracy is real. Getting staff and finding space and IT and software and policy development. But I'm happy to say that most of that was completed by September. We still are working on, the nuances of how this is going to work and how we can be most effective. And I actually look forward to, your input on that as we move forward. In responding to COVID-19, we did do our best to get input directly from people in the facilities. We've reviewed over 2,000 messages from people who are incarcerated. And with that information and other research and investigation, we've made recommendations to the department, the legislature, the governor, the Department of Health. In September, once we were fully staffed and pretty much operational, we started taking general complaints, and we received over 150 from September through the end of the year. Just a few quick examples of some of the things that we deal with. One situation we dealt with was somebody who had not received responses for his concerns about abdominal pain. And once we intervened and contacted facility staff, that individual was seen by a doctor right away and had an emergency procedure done. In another case, somebody complained about being unreasonably disciplined. We were able to investigate what happened, we can look at things like video. And in that particular case, we confirmed that the action was reasonable. And hopefully that individual at least has the satisfaction of knowing that somebody independent from the department was able to look at that. And then another case, we were able to get somebody who had qualified for early work release. They were subsequently disqualified because they came into contact with somebody who had potentially had COVID. There was issues with being under the time minimum for the department's policies, but once we raised this with department leadership, they decided to change the decision and release this individual to the early work program they had been qualified for. I want to highlight a report that we just put out. I sent this to you, Mr. Chair, and to you, Representative Johnson. I know you guys get a lot of email, but I hope you'll read this. And I plan to share this with all of you members during the interim. This is our report on COVID in corrections. The primary conclusion is that as a state, from a systems perspective, as far as laws, policies, and resources we have, we failed to mitigate the disparate spread of SARS-CoV-2 in state correctional facilities and in the state prisons primarily. And that's based on the fact that the infection rates are much, much higher. Some facilities saw infection rates of 70%. Staff at one facility had infection rates of over 40%. And if this had been a disease that was as equally transmissible, but more virulent or more dangerous or deadly, it would have been a disaster, much more so than in the general population. There's a lot more in our report that I hope you'll take a look at. It too is on our website. And as I said, I'm going to follow up with you all on this. In fact, one of our primary recommendations is to you, the legislature, to make sure that what has been learned through this does not go wasted, that that's looked at, and that policies and procedures and maybe things like even infrastructure change as a result, so that we don't find ourselves in the same place. The report doesn't find that the department, committed any malfeasance or negligence. The department and staff did heroic work going every day into places that were very dangerous. And then actually, people incarcerated did a great job. We heard from many of them, about concerns about other people. But as a state, really, we did fail and we need to do better. And I'm hoping that the legislature will, Mr. Chair, maybe even have interim hearings or look at this early next year. And I look forward to hopefully talking to you about that more. With that, why we're here right now, I'm going to go to the budget. And this will be quick because, as the commissioner said, essentially all we're doing is moving the ombudsperson budget from the Department of Corrections to its own separate budget. In order to make the agency truly independent. That's really important for what we do. It's important that for our credibility with people that come to us, and just as an oversight agency, it's just people know that it's better to be independent. So this has no impact on the state general budget. All it is moving the budget, with the normal cost of living increase from the DOC to its own independent line item, I guess. Our budget this year is $655,000 with those 5 FTEs. This is 100% general fund. And just by comparison, if you think about having an oversight entity like this, as Commissioner Schnell stated, the DOC budget is over $600 million a year, and our budget equals 0.1% of that. So I would argue that it's quite a bargain. And again, this is just stating that, we're going to our separate budget. It's been good having the support of the DOC from a financial, HR, and IT perspective and getting started. They've been very supportive. But we're going to move that separate, and we'll work with the Department of Admin on those services. 78% of our budget is compensation, and the other 22% is operations and administration. The governor's proposal is $659,000 for 22 and $663,000 for 23. And that is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, here's my email. Again, there's our website. And one thing I'll state is I know that as legislators, you often get questions from constituents about people who are incarcerated, trying to figure out how to get them help or how to navigate things. Please use us as a resource for that. That's why we're here. That's why you created us. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Hasse. Good to see the ombuds up and fully charged and moving forward. You and your team were very helpful with us, to us, during the height of the pandemic adjustments that we were trying to make at the end of the spring last year and throughout the summer. Appreciate your work. If you can stick around for questions, that would be wonderful. We're going to move.
Sure, thank you.
Next then to the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Nate Reitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to present the agency's budget review and request, and I thank you for that opportunity. So jumping right in, the 22-23 forecast biennial base budget is $1.374 million for the 2 years in the biennium. The 11 commission members serve without salary. So the focus of this is going to be on the 6 staff members who are paid for by the agency budget. We are unclassified state employees. There's an asterisk there because there is a request to the legislature to classify my 5 employees, and that's really a separate topic. I say 6 also as an asterisk because right now we're down a staff member. And I'm going to be coming back to that fact because essentially this is what the future is going to look like. We're down a staff member because somebody left for greener pastures in a different state to be closer to family. But it's sort of serving as a natural experiment. What would our agency look like if we only had 5 staff members? And the answer is it's not good. So right now the operating budget really doesn't fund 6 full-time employees. So we either essentially with our current forecast biennial base, we either have to have 6 employees. Well, basically we can fully staff, we can have rent, and we can have IT, or we can have IT. We can have 2 of those 3. We can't have all 3. So we really have to make sort of a draconian choice right now with our current budget. We haven't hired that research analyst because, well, there's a hiring freeze, but also we don't have confidence right now that we'd be able to continue hiring that person in the future. Historically, 90% of our expenditures are for staff compensation. These are things we cannot control. And we'll talk in a later slide about how that staff leveling has really been stable over a period of many years. This budget doesn't really fully fund either our staff or our operating expenses. What do? Well, the staff, and we being here, the staff, of course, we support the commission's ongoing sentencing research and improvements to the sentencing guidelines. An example was our recent comprehensive review of child pornography sentencing guidelines, which we reported to you in January. And then our staff facilitates accurate application of the sentencing guidelines. This is really kind of the bread and butter. And I would say that the other areas are going to suffer if we are understaffed because we really have to do this. We have to review all the felony sentencing worksheets across the state every year to make sure that they're accurate, to make sure that people are getting accurate sentences. That's pretty essential and important to what we do. It's kind of a core. So really the policy work on the commission side is going to falter, or the data side. That's the right column here. We serve as an information center for sentencing practices data. We do annual reports and individualized reports for practitioners. We do 250 individualized data reports annually. We prepare fiscal notes for you. We prepare demographic impact statements for you, hopefully. But I will tell you, candidly, Mr. Chair, we are not able to do that right now, being short-staffed. So we are backlogged on demographic impact statements. So you are moving forward with policies without really knowing what the demographic impact statement is, what the demographic impact is, I should say, because we just don't have the staff to do that right now, because we're understaffed. And that's really what the future is going to look like if this budget is not fully funded. So this is the governor's recommended budget. The governor's recommending $131,000 over the biennium above base to maintain the current level of service delivery. $88,000 is just to fund the 6 FTE, so status quo, and $33,000 is for additional cost increases that the governor's expecting. And the final slide here is a picture of our agency staffing over the past 14 years. Really, we've been very level for the past decade. We've had some drops due to personnel turnover, and then we get back up to 6 FTE. Right now, we're down to 5, as I say, but we're hoping to get back up to 6 if you fund us. But there haven't been any more positions. Nobody's been promoted. Nobody's been, in 4 of our 6 positions, we've had people there for 10, 20, or 30 more years. So it's not like we're doing something different. We're just maintaining our current personnel situation. We're not trying to grow government here. We're just trying to be efficient, and actually we've grown more efficient. That's the green line. It shows that per 10,000 cases, our staff levels have actually gone down over time. Mr. Chair, subject to your questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Knights. It looks like best case, quote unquote, scenario is still a pretty tight and efficient organization. Thank you. Stick around. Next, we have the Pulse Board. I suspect that's Director Missel. Yes.
Yes, Chair Mariani, thank you. My name is Eric Misselt. I'm the Executive Director for the Minnesota Post Board, and I'm here to briefly talk about the Post Board budget. I did present to this body as well as the Senate side earlier on 2 of the main budget items for Post, so I'll focus on the governor's adjustment primarily. But overall, the main changes in the Post budget this year were an increase in minute costs, which I presented on previously, and a transition to SMART for our HR and finance services. We are currently with DPS. The third piece is the expansion of Post resources, which is in the governor's budget request, and I'm here to speak primarily more about that. Post Board rules and business processes have not changed substantially for decades, while the expectations and needs of the citizens for the profession have changed and continue to evolve. Originally designed in the 1970s, a very basic licensing and arguably minimalist regulatory board, the current organizational structure and staffing plan is inadequate to meet the needs of the public, the police service, and state leadership. In 2020, we commissioned an independent audit of our business practices to include comparisons to other states, as well as overall industry best practices. This audit report that we got eventually made recommendations regarding pre-service education and training, continuing education, as well as regulation and compliance. These recommendations would change how the Post Board conducts its regulatory and licensing functions in the state. Many of these recommendations will be difficult to implement with the current organizational and staffing structure. Additionally, the resulting time lag to accomplish these changes is problematic given the urgency of the moment that the state and the profession finds itself in today. Recent conversations in the community and among policymakers related to increasing accountability and building trust in the peace officer profession add to the urgency to provide greater context to the information we got in our audit report. Furthermore, the membership of the board continues to change, and the expectation of the state's citizens and stakeholders changes as well. The ideas and philosophy of what the Post Board should be are inconsistent with the original intent of the Post Board and its organizational structure. Minnesotans want to be safe in their homes and their neighborhoods, and they look to peace officers to help provide that safety, as we've heard today throughout the testimony. Currently, the relationship between the profession and citizens is strained as it has been in any time in American history. And that relationship is built on trust in the competency and professionalism of those that serve. While this is an appropriately local partnership and relationship, the state, and in this case, the Post Board, does have a role to play in supporting that trust relationship and ensuring accountability. Citizens must have confidence that there are clear standards of professionalism, as well as consistently administered training and best practices across the police service in the state. They must have confidence that the Post Board is ensuring professional standards are constantly being reviewed, updated, and upheld through training and accountability. This proposal will provide Post with the resources to address a long neglected need to update Post business processes and policies. It will also allow Post to act on the recommendations of the IAD list audit, as well as carry out the new requirements of the police reform legislation that we're even working on currently. Most importantly, from my view, this proposal will ensure that Post has the capacity to proactively address its mission to improve the profession of policing based upon current practices and best practices primarily, obviously, and current industry standards. The proposal as it stands would increase our staffing from 14, which we are currently at right now, to a total of 18 in the agency. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. As I said.
Thank you, Director Missel. Very concise and well framed in terms of the strong expectations that the public and the legislature has of this vitally important board. Members, so let's have time for a couple of questions and comments. Representative Mueller is up first. I do want to say we do have, after all these presentations, we start to hear from DPS. We have one bill, House File 707, we can do very quickly. We heard it before. We're just processing this through, but I want to get to that bill at 2:40. Our staff, crack staff, has bought us a few extra minutes, but I do want to get time certain 2:40 to that bill. So with that, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a technical question, I guess. Because I'm not in my office today, I'm following along with the presentations on my tablet next to me. I did not find all of the presentations that we just saw on our website, and nor were they emailed to us. And so I saw the one that Commissioner Schnell presented to us, and then I also see one that Commissioner Harrington is going to present in next. But the other ones are not on the website. Is there a way that we could get a copy of those, please?
Absolutely. I'm looking at the website too. Boy, we posted a lot of things here.
Yes, it's very difficult to kind of maneuver that around.
So here's what I'll do. I'll commit to getting on the website, those that have been shared. Of course, Director Missel did a verbal presentation. And then I'll have staff also directly send those out to committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, very well. All right, members. I'm not Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to circle back really quickly to Commissioner Schnell, since there aren't other questions. And I'm going to ask it as he...
Go ahead. I suspect he might still be here.
Okay. Back to his slide, number 15. It says that without additional funding, he'll have to eliminate 84 existing FTEs in 2022 and 169 in 2023. And I'm just wondering if he could just speak ever so briefly about that. And I know that we've had a significant drop in population. Not too long ago, we had just shy of 10,000 incarcerated, and now we're hovering a little above 7,000. So I'm just wondering if he could kind of explain that why we would lose so many, because I thought that we had such a huge drop in population.
Well, Commissioner, if you're there ever so briefly, and then we are going to move on to DPS. Well, maybe he's not here. I see the name, but it could be he's stepped out. All right, to be followed up, Representative Johnson.
Chair Mariani also had a question for Commissioner Snell. I believe it was 2 years ago, we added a number of corrections officers. I just wondered what the status is of the number we added, if they've been hired, if the positions are still open, or what's going on, and as well as what's the status of the funding that was provided for those positions.
All right, so I'm going to direct my staff two important questions here. Since we don't have the commissioner right just this moment, let's make sure that we forward that. I'd like some insight on those as well.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, who's speaking?
Hi, this is Chris Dodge. I'm the CFO for the Department of Corrections.
Oh, very well, welcome. Very, very briefly, please.
So first of all, Representative Johnson. Well, first of all, my name is Chris Dodge. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Corrections. To Representative Johnson's question, we did hire, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we hired 30 some officers last fiscal year. This year we added, I believe it was 29 correctional officers to our posts. And then as the funding was appropriated, we'll be adding, I think, an additional 7 more next fiscal year. So the positions have all been added to our post, well, with the exception of those 7, the correctional officer positions are being added as they were appropriated. So, and then to Representative O'Neill's question, and can you remind me again, Representative O'Neill? I'm sorry.
Representative O'Neill, I believe it had to do with a slide early on, and we don't have a whole lot of time, so.
I'm here as well, Mr. Chair.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was here. I was just on the phone on another.
I kind of thought so. Did you get any of that, the question?
No, if we can just repeat the question, and I'd be happy.
Yeah, we have the one remaining. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on slide 15, Commissioner, and it just talks about your needing to eliminate positions. As Chair Johnson just said, we just gave you money for additional positions, and we're just trying to understand what happened exactly, because I know you've had a significant drop in population, and I remember when we used to talk about that we're exceeding 10,000 and needing to build a new prison, and now we're just above 7,000. So just help us understand what happened here and why the need to eliminate additional officers.
And 30 seconds, this time really was for boards, but there were no questions that I saw for the boards. And then we're going to move on to DPS. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Representative Neal, I think the bottom line, that would be without the base funding. If we didn't get our base funding request, that would be the cut. There is no cut of personnel. But if similar to the conversations we've had in the past, if we have contracts that have been negotiated, step increases, and those sorts of things, that's what this operating adjustment really reflects.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to push on Department of Public Safety. If they can come forward, I don't know who's here. Whoever's presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Oh, the Commissioner. Commissioner Harrington, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm John Harrington. I'm the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. And I know that our time is short, so I'm going to quickly get into our budget. And as I said before, because we had presented before, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the background or overview. It is noted on that slide that alcohol gambling enforcement, the fire marshal, Office of Justice programs, the ECN, Homeland Security Emergency Management, and the BCA are the areas under public safety that fit within this committee. Next slide, please. Today, we're going to talk about a few things: body-worn cameras, Minnesota HEALS, the Department of Public Safety's operating adjustments, civil unrest, and our authority to accept public safety funds from a reimbursement funds. Each of those has its own importance. Body-worn cams we have talked about before, both in terms of the State Patrol, BCA, AGE agents, as being one of those essential components in making sure that peace officers in the state of Minnesota can be held accountable, and so that we can both clear them when they are doing the right things, and so that we can hold them accountable when they step across a policy line. We believe that is important, especially as many community groups have called into question local, state, and county law enforcement action, and body-worn cameras have been a crucial instrument in being able to clear the names of officers and, frankly, give the public the safety and security to know that officers are in fact doing the right thing when they're out there working on their behalf. This general fund request is $413,000 in FY22 and $221,000 ongoing in FY23. It would allow for us to have body-worn cameras for BCA and AGE agents. There's a separate piece that's going forward on state patrol, but it would make sure that all state policing organizations are in fact using body-worn cameras, which I really do believe is a basic piece of equipment for every officer. Second point is Minnesota HEALS, and Minnesota HEALS really is a groundbreaking approach to public safety. It really acknowledges that there are deep needs created by deadly force encounters. I was on for the earlier testimony for bills by Representative Thompson and Gomez. You can hear in the voices of the testifiers exactly why Minnesota HEALS is such an important component of this. You can hear in their voices and in the voices of Valerie Castile and John Thompson, both of which have lost people. They are asking for the ability for communities to come back together after a deadly force encounter. Minnesota HEALS is a $4.2 million general fund in FY22. It is divided evenly between three pots. 1.4 to establish community healing networks across the state. One of the things, the aha moments that we had as the Attorney General and I studied this topic was that 60% of the deadly force encounters happen in greater Minnesota. And so it's not enough simply to have things in the Twin Cities. While those are important, that's 40%. It is just as important for us to do this in Worthington, and just as important for us to do this in Bemidji, just as important for us to do this in St. Louis County and in Houston County. Those are equally important. So that is 1/3 of it. The second third is a statewide office to focus on officer and first responder wellness. Once again, one of the aha moments that we had as testifiers came forward, mothers, daughters, sons, loved ones of people that have been taken in deadly force encounters, they came to us and said, healthy cops make better decisions. They are the kind of cops that we want out there to protect our community. I think that is reflected in, once again, in some of the testimony you heard earlier from folks who talked about, they're not about defunding the police. They're about making sure they have the right policing of the right type and the right wellness to be able to do the job properly. And so this would fund that. And it's not just for officers, but it's also for other first responders, because we recognize that our firefighters, and our EMS folks are also subject to many of these same stresses. I can tell you that not only did we get that testimony from the moms, the husbands, and the siblings of folks that had lost lives in deadly force encounters, we also got it from the chiefs of police, who are also deeply concerned about the wellness of their officers and want to make sure that their officers are well. And so this would establish a statewide office to begin that work. The last piece of this is trauma services for families affected by DFEs. Once again, you had individuals testifying today in your committee who are, in fact, exactly the model for what we want to do here. We want to make sure that we have trauma-informed services so that the family members, after the legal issues and all the rest is done, we recognize that those family members are still Minnesotans. They're still here. They're still trying to make a living and have a life here, and that we need to help them do that. And I really do believe that this is money well spent, because if we do that, I believe we will see those folks prosper out of what is a bad situation. And we recognize that this is what we call a lawful, oftentimes lawful, but awful situations for law enforcement. When we come into these situations, we want this to happen for these trauma services for the family members. We think that is absolutely essential. Our operating adjustment simply reflects the changing times we're in. We generated some savings during the state hiring freeze, and so we do not need $345,000 in this fiscal year. But next year we are going to see our rent go up. We're going to see IT costs go up. Our operating costs for employer-paid health care contributions, all are going up. Fuel's going up. Utilities going up, and in many cases, legal services are also going up. We're in a very litigious society right now, and so we get lots of interrogatories and lots of lawsuits that seem to come through that we, whether we're right or wrong, we still have to defend, and that all costs money. So it's $525 in fiscal year 22 and $915 in fiscal 23. We have not mentioned, but I would be remiss if I didn't, as we get ready for trial to begin next Monday, the civil unrest costs from last year still are bills that we have to pay. And these are specifically related to BCA and the alcohol gambling enforcement folks who working on intelligence, information gathering, investigations during the civil unrest. Our general fund hit for that is $625,000 in fiscal year 21 that we still have to make up. And then we see a $610,000 hit in fiscal year 22. That's part of the revised budget. Last but not least, before I turn it over to Director Kate Weeks, we are seeking authority to accept public safety reimbursement funding. Simply spoken, among the many tasks that DPS has been given this year is to work on line 3 and the Enbridge pipeline disputes. And so just this week, we had individuals that chained themselves to barrels out in front of a pump site. We had to then dispatch Minnesota State Patrol as a cut team to get them released from the barrels and then to assist local law enforcement, the local sheriffs up there who need these resources. There has been a fund created by the Public Utilities Commission that pays for law enforcement services, and we need to have the authority to be able to accept the funding from that. In the absence of that, we will be coming back to ask for funding from the general fund to pay for services that have already been paid for by the creator of this initiative, which is Immigrant. So we would like to get authority to accept public safety reimbursement funding. We believe that's a budget neutral piece if we do it right this way. Otherwise, we will have to come back and seek additional funding out of general fund. And we believe that seems odd to us that we should be asking the taxpayer to pay for something that a business has created and that the business is willing and able to pay for. With that, I hope I was able to do that as quickly as possible. I'm going to turn this over to Director Kate Weeks of the Office of Justice Programs, and I will stay on to answer any questions at the end.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director Weeks, welcome.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Kate Weeks. I'm the Executive Director of the Minnesota Office of Justice Programs. As you know, we have 3 primary focuses: our crime victim reparations program, providing financial assistance to individuals after experiencing a violent crime, our grants unit, and our crime victim justice unit. The following investments I'm going to walk through are the results of conversations with victims, community partners, and programs in recent reports. The first one that I'd like to go through, or the first slide, really covers our one-time funds that we're asking for next year. The first is our survivor support funds for $10 million. These are grants to provide additional crime victim and survivor resources and resources to stop violence of crime. This may look like pilot projects, funding new ways to support survivors of crime, or increasing current resources to survivors, such as emergency housing, financial assistance for costs incurred as a victim of crime, or additional programming in underserved areas. The next piece is $2.5 million to go towards combating sex trafficking. The Office of Justice Program currently supports the work of 4 task forces in the state of Minnesota: the Statewide Human Trafficking Investigative Task Force, the Trust Task Force, Central Minnesota Human Trafficking Task Force, and the East Metro Task Force. As you heard earlier this year, the 2020 Minnesota report from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Task Force identified numerous key findings related to how Indigenous people are more likely to be victims of trafficking. The task force report includes, but are not limited to, other mandates for culturally responsible, age-appropriate, and trauma-informed educational curriculum to include topics of trafficking. One of the recommendations also was requiring sex trafficking awareness and training targeted to where extractive industry, hotel, and casinos are located, and to also educate parents and community members on how to recognize trafficking. The report also asks for more coordination across jurisdictions to address trafficking and to further capacity of law enforcement to conduct sex trafficking. There's a lot of needs in this area. The last one on this slide that I'd like to go over for a one-time investment is $3 million for innovation and policing grants. These grants would incentivize municipalities, counties, and tribal governments in implementing strategies to prevent and reduce officer-involved deadly force encounters. Grants can be used for planning purposes, for pilot programs, or for implementation. And this may look like services that could provide alternatives to arrest and booking, such as mental health and social service drop-in centers. This could be alternative responses to 911 calls, such as co-responder models, or this could also be used for training beyond minimum requirements for peace officers and 911 dispatchers, such as using training simulators or bias training. Next slide. In addition, we do have 3 requests for ongoing investments. The first one is to establish a missing and murdered Indigenous people implementation office, as was highlighted as one of the #1 recommendations in the MMIW report that you heard about a few months ago. This office would include a director and 3 support staff that would coordinate across state and federal agencies, tribal nations, with our criminal justice partners and community organizations and advocates to implement practices that would address the issue and to eliminate the MMI epidemic. The office would identify and implement recommended changes to the laws that you heard about and to further facilitate research to redefine the mandates. This office would be responsible for technical assistance for local and tribal authorities and to conduct case reviews and provide training and education. The next one I would like to talk about is the creation of a juvenile justice unit. The Department of Public Safety is the sole agency responsible for implementing the state plan for the juvenile justice requirements under the Federal Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. This recommendation includes $200,000 annually for development of the unit, which would be comprised of a juvenile justice specialist, a new ethnic and racial disparities coordinator, and a new juvenile justice program administrator. This program also includes investment equal to the current federal juvenile delinquency prevention allocation, which is aimed at reducing and eliminating ethnic and racial disparities present in Minnesota's juvenile justice system. As you know and have heard, Minnesota is one of the worst in the nations in this area. This final request is part of the supplemental budget released by the governor, and that would be for an additional investment in youth intervention services. During the last competitive cycle, of the $6 million available currently for youth intervention programs, the Office of Justice Programs received over $12 million in requests. This funding is critical in communities in supporting youth and providing positive experiences that lead to better outcomes. Thank you for your consideration, and I will be handing it over to Director Kelly with Homeland Security and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Director Weeks. Welcome, Director Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. For the record, my name is Joe Kelly, and I am the state's Emergency Management Director. The mission of the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, as the slide says, is to help Minnesota prepare for, respond to, and recover from all manners of emergencies and disasters. And this past year has been emblematic of the all hazards nature of our work with responding to support the pandemic, civil unrest, and 10 natural disasters. It's certainly been a very busy year helping communities across the state. And as of today, I think we've been fully activated for 376 days. So it's certainly been an active year. The 2 quick budget items that I will present, Mr. Chair. The first is on the School Safety Center. The current budget provided 2 years of funding to increase staffing at the Minnesota School Safety Center. That took us from 3 specialists to 5 to meet the demands, the rapidly growing demands for assistance from our customers in public schools, charter schools, private and tribal schools. This recommendation would provide that funding on an ongoing basis. And specifically, the 2 positions we were able to add based on the needs of the schools were, for one, a crisis communication specialist, and secondly, for a technologies consultant advisor to provide help with safety and security technologies. Demand is very high for the Minnesota School Safety Center. Right up to the point of the onset of the pandemic, our team was out making 4 or 5 presentations, contacts to do year round. So this funding is needed to be able to provide that support on an ongoing basis. Changes regular budget recommendation. In fact, it's required by law that the governor include a recommendation on how much money to put to replenish the disaster assistance contingency account with. As members will know, this is the fund that provides the state share for a federally declared disaster, or in the case where the disaster. We are heading into the busiest, probably historically busiest times of the year for disaster activity, spring and early summer, with the long history of flooding, thunderstorms, tornadoes, and so on. We have a little less than $4 million in the account at this point in time. But I think members will have, if you follow the weather at all, you've watched significant weather events across the country, severe cold and ice storms in Texas, flooding in Kentucky, tornadoes across the southeastern part. And so far, fortunately, we've been spared, but we know Minnesota is no stranger to severe weather. Over the last 3 years, we have averaged one major federal disaster declaration, 10 state disaster declarations, and spending of about $22 million a year out of the account. And clearly, when we look at the trends, we are definitely heading up and increasing the amount of disaster events, severe weather, and their costs. So the specific recommendation is a deficiency appropriation for the current budget of $15 million to make sure that we have adequate working capital in there as the disaster season approaches, and then $25 million for the first year of the biennium. As had been our practice since this account was established, we'll leave that second year of the biennium open, depending on what happens in the next year, and we'll come back to the legislature with a recommendation at this time next year. Mr. Chair and members, that completes my presentation. I'll turn it to Director Dana Wahlberg with the Emergency Communications Network.
Thank you, Director Kelly. Director Wahlberg, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dana Wahlberg. I am the Director of the Emergency Communication Network Division. And in our role, we provide the network infrastructure and technology solutions that oversees the statewide 911 program, the land mobile radio system known as ARMOR, wireless broadband in coordination with FirstNet, and the integrated public alert and warning system known as IPAWS. All four of these core programs we work to feature with a focus on improving interoperability opportunities throughout the state of Minnesota and across our borders, both state borders and our national border with Canada. We have successfully paid off the ARMOR bond that was provided to us a number of years ago to build out the infrastructure for the land mobile radio system known as ARMOR. As a result of that, in accordance with the 403 statute, we are required to reduce the 911 service fee in the amount of 33 cents, which corresponds with the amount of the debt service on an annual basis. In alignment with that, we will be, once we've reduced the fee by 33 cents, we will be increasing it by 18 cents. And the purpose of that is because we are in the midst of a migration from a legacy or an analog 911 system to a digital IP-based 911 next generation system. And so that 18-cent increase will go to improve 911 across the state of Minnesota. Anticipated revenue to the state 911 emergency fund will decrease by $15.35 million annually, and our reduced expenditures as a result of the bond being paid off will be approximately $9.8 million annually. A new item under the revised budget is this will be the final year, or fiscal year 22 will be the final year for legislative appropriation for the Metro Resource Control Centers. And that appropriation will instead be included with the PSAP appropriation and will include funding for 6 secondary EMS PSAPs that will be funded. And those secondary EMS PSAPs are currently actively supporting our primary PSAPs in the performance of pre-arrival medical instructions, and will begin on July 1st of 2021 to provide telephone CPR in a number of situations, and that is in response to new legislation that was passed in 2018. Thank you for your time and consideration. I will turn my time over to Director Carla Sincata from Alcohol and Gambling Enforcement.
Super, thank you, Director Wahlberg. Director Sincata.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carla Sincata, and I'm the Director of the Alcohol and Gambling Enforcement Division. Being mindful of time, in short, our division oversees the gambling and liquor industries. We're responsible for the licensing, regulation, enforcement, and education. Today's asks are related to a 2 a.m. permit fee fund change. This is an optional permit that bars and restaurants purchase in order to stay open beyond 1 a.m. Currently, those funds go to a non-dedicated special revenue account, and AGED transfers approximately $500,000 of that annually back to the general fund. This is housekeeping. We're asking that those permit fees go to the general fund, and our division receive $194,000 into our general fund. The second is in regards to a lawsuit, which is the Alexis Bailey lawsuit. It has to do with, or it had to do with the Minnesota statutory requirement that a farm winery produce wine with 51% Minnesota grown grapes. This was challenged, found to be unconstitutional. It involved the dormant commerce clause, and we simply have no fees to cover the cost of the legal funds or the legal costs here. It's $93,000. And I'm moving on to State Fire Marshal Jim Smith. Thank you.
Fire Marshal Smith, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Mariani.
We unfortunately are like super short on time, Fire Marshal.
And I will make it quick, sir. My name is Jim Smith, and I'm the State Fire Marshal. Quickly, our mission from the State Fire Marshal Division is to protect the lives and property of people who reside in the state or who are traveling through. These 2 items on this page here, if you notice, are actual special revenue fund items. They come from the fire safety account, which is the insurance money. We've asked for a 6% increase to keep up with our operational costs and our salaries. And then the MBFTE has asked for an increase. They are responsible for funding training for fire departments across the state, and they also, on a reimbursement schedule, provide funding for our Minnesota Task Force 1 and our air rescue team. Next slide, please. The rail and pipeline safety assessment, we would like to renew this because it is an extremely important fund for us, whereby we can have communities, fire departments, and counties prepare, exercise, and train for any incident that might arise in the future, as well as assisting our 11 state hazardous material response teams with training and equipment and response issues to pipeline and rail incidences. This last item here, the Hazardous Material Responsible Party Fund, is more of a housekeeping item whereby the funds for the non-responsible party fund come from the fire safety account, but currently the residual funds at the end of the biennium go back into the general fund, and we're asking that at the end of the biennium they are returned back to the fire safety account. With that being said, I would like to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans from the BCA.
Thank you, Fire Marshal. Superintendent Evans, you have such a small department, this will take like 5 seconds, right? Welcome.
I will be very quick, Mr. Chair. So thank you for hearing from us today.
Of course.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Drew Evans. I'm the superintendent at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And I will go through the change items in the governor's recommended budget. The first one is a operating adjustment for the BCA. In the last biennium, we did not receive an operating adjustment. And what this represents is increased costs related to salary increases, insurance and pension contributions, minute rates and fees, and then equipment, supplies, and hardware. As an example, in the 2021 fiscal years, the laboratory supplies, the cost increased by 34%. And since 2015, we've seen an increase in our demand for testing of 61% in non-DWI related testing services within our laboratory. And so this would cover the increased costs that we're looking at. The second item that the governor recommends funding is build out of vacant space at the BCA headquarters and resources for personnel staff for our criminal information and operations section, which houses our state duty officer program, our 24/7 operations center, our Minnesota Fusion Center, criminal intelligence analysts, the Minnesota Amber Alert program, Blue Alert program, amongst others. What this would allow us to do is operate in a 24/7 format. We currently operate Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 business hours, and we have seen an increase in the demands on this section. As an example, in the last year, this section has been asked to operate the COVID hotline on behalf of the state for complaints related to the ongoing executive orders, civil unrest, and we would like to do more in terms of providing information, sharing, and analysis for our faith-based institution, which we remain concerned about. As we've seen, there's been an increase in domestic violent extremism, and then threats that can come in really around the clock. And just as an example, Mr. Chair, overnight at 1 a.m. this morning, we received a threat from the FBI, the National Threat Operations Center that operates federally across the country, for a threat to one of our schools. We were able to work overnight hours to get in contact with that jurisdiction. It's still ongoing, so I won't name the jurisdiction that it is. And they were aware of this threat, but if they were not, it's the exact type of information that we need to be operating 24/7 to get that to the law enforcement so they can make safety protocols in place for that school and investigate that threat. And we are increasingly seeing those types of threats operating around the clock, as unfortunately we all have seen across in the terrible incidents in both Colorado and Atlanta. And these are the type of information sharing that we need to be able to do better. The next item that the governor recommends funding is cybersecurity, FBI compliance, and critical infrastructure upgrades. These items have become extremely important to us in terms of watching our cybersecurity for the BCA. I would like to note, Mr. Chair, that you did fund half of this in the last biennium, and this is the remaining funds that we're seeking to harden our infrastructure and look at this. Just a note, Mr. Chair, as to how important it is for us to be thinking about cybersecurity in the public safety space, in particular for the BCA that's responsible for security on behalf of the FBI and our systems. Over a 3-month period in 2020, the BCA logged over 1,000 cyber attacks per month from Russia, China, and India and Iran on our systems, trying to infiltrate them here. And during the same period, we saw over 435,000 denied events each day. These are people that might be unwanted traffic or might be trying to infiltrate our systems. And as everybody knows on this committee, we house some of the most sensitive criminal justice data and sensitive information on people, and we do not want that to be compromised. This also would allow us for FBI compliance to do additional audits on entities that are accessing our systems to ensure compliance with the cybersecurity protocols and to ensure that there are proper use of our systems. You can go to the next slide, please. The next item on the list is a rapid DNA program. We have funded this on a pilot program, and we have determined that this is a great value to the state of Minnesota. We have 3 instruments currently, and what this is DNA that often takes us days, sometimes weeks, depending on what we're working on. This allows us to do DNA in 90 minutes, and it's not for every case. It's single source DNA, and I'm happy to provide members offline with additional information on any of these topics if they would like, because I know we're short on time, but this program would be ongoing. And just as an example, we confirmed an offender profile that we needed for the FBI as they were investigating the Capitol riots that occurred in Washington, D.C. And so these systems are interconnected across the United States to provide answers very quickly. And then the drug driving laboratory testing support. We have seen a significant increase in the number of drugged driving requests that for toxicology, examining blood and alcohol in people's systems who are arrested primarily for impaired driving, and that we have seen a significant increase in our turnaround time went from 43 days to 136 days in just 2 years. And there's gone from, we had 5,719 cases in 2020, and we're still on pace right now for 6,100 cases in 2021. The demand is up over 70% in the past 5 years. Part of that demand for everybody on the committee is that we see more impaired drivers that are polysubstance, meaning it might be more than one drug, it might be prescription pills, it might be others, and or alcohol. And with that combination, it's leading law enforcement to seek toxicology testing through blood more often than using our breath alcohol instrumentation. And so that time period becomes critically important because we know one of the most important tools for us in reducing recidivism with impaired driving is immediate revocation of the license. And revocation in these instances cannot occur until results are back from our laboratory.
Superintendent, I'm told I need to stop. Are you good?
Perfect timing,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. That concludes my testimony.
Members, very quickly, the chair moves House File 707 be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Representative Mollers, that's your bill. 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having me back here again. Members may be aware of a Supreme Court case that came out earlier this week, and so we really want to get this bill moving, especially in light of that case. Thank you.
Chair renews his motion to refer House File 707 to the Ways and Means Committee. The clerk will take the roll quickly.
Chair Mariani.
Aye.
Chair Mariani, aye. Vice Chair Frazier.
Aye.
Vice Chair Frazier, aye. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Representative Edelson.
Aye.
Representative Edelson, aye. Representative Feist.
Aye.
Representative Feist, aye. Representative Grossel.
Aye.
Representative Grossel, aye. Representative Hollins. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Representative Hollins, aye. Representative Hewitt. Representative Hewitt. Representative Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, aye.
Representative Cleavorn, aye. Representative Long. Representative Long. Representative Lucero.
Yes.
Representative Lucero, aye. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes yes.
Representative Mueller, aye. Representative Novotny.
Absolutely yes.
Representative Novotny, aye. Representative O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
Representative O'Neill, aye. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Representative Pinto, aye. Representative Poston. Representative Poston. Representative Raleigh.
Raleigh, aye.
Representative Raleigh, aye. Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Representative Zhang.
Aye.
Representative Zhang, aye. Representative Hewitt. Representative Long. Representative Poston. That concludes roll call with 16 ayes and 0 nays.
Very well, with 16 ayes, 0 nays. The motion prevails and House File 707 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.